Ruben said it was gonna be here.
That he's here.
Right there.
How you doing?
Okay.
Good to see you.
Okay, Russo's here, but he's upstairs in a meeting right now.
Uh-huh. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask Ruben Detti to come forward first, and we can have a seat. And I will tell everybody that those who are watching on screening it or streaming it or watching on television, this is to them. And council members are watching from their office. Just have a second, have a seat for a second, Mr. Detti. Right there, Detti, right there, right here.
Good, right here?
Next seat, so they can see you from here. Today, we're going to recognize just two persons who are hardworking in our community, but they're business oriented and have done a good job in promoting business in the city of New Orleans, the specific business of PJ's, and also Mr. Detti as a small business consultant. For those who are watching, Ruben Detti is sitting at the table. He's a small business consultant and the founder of Small Business NOLA, an online consulting firm. His contributions to small business include much. He's known as an innovator and a mentor to those who are just starting out on their own business ventures. And in addition to his consulting business, Ruben Detti is the Economic Development Community Chair for the New Orleans branch of the NAACP, as well as a television producer at Access Television. And I've had the chance to be interviewed by Mr. Detti, and he was also a participant in the wealth building seminars that were sponsored on a weekly basis. That should be started again, just for the record, the wealth building seminars. He's also the owner of a small internet gospel radio station, WSBN. He's a strong supporter of the city of New Orleans, a native New Orleanian, spent a lot of time in the Gertown area. But the main thing is that he reaches out and understands that we're a city of moderate size and small businesses, and that's where the vast majority of the jobs are created in our city, but also a lot of good that is going on in our community involving small businesses. So, Ruben Detti, I'm pleased to present to you a proclamation which reads as follows: whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food festivals, famous citizens, and foreign visitors, and whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities, now therefore be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the city council recognizes Ruben Detti II, the founder of Small Business NOLA. We salute you and your organization for what you've done to help small and emerging businesses in the city of New Orleans. And there will never be a time when such a job is not needed. So we look forward to you working to continue to promote small businesses in the future. Mr. Detti, would you like to say anything to those who are watching?
Well, I'd just like to say thank you, Councilman Green, for the honor of being recognized. Small businesses, as you know, are the engine that runs the economy here in New Orleans and in the state. So I'm proud to be able to help those businesses grow and prosper as they need to be prosperous in the state of New Orleans, the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to take a picture with this proclamation right afterwards, after I introduce our next guest, okay?
Thank you,
and
sir.
This is Mr. Thomas, who knows you, our council member for District E. We're recognizing Ruben.
I worked many times with Councilman Thomas, and he always recognizes me for my expertise in helping small businesses, and I appreciate working with him as well.
And Councilman Thomas, welcome. You'd like to make a few comments relative to Mr. Detti?
I mean, just it's Ruben Detti. I mean, his work in helping small business and educate entrepreneurs speaks for itself. You know, we've tried to often remind people that the lifeblood of this country are not top jobs that people have. It's not the big corporations, but it's small business. It's a small business men and women. And Ruben, you know, as I think about the condition of the city economically, in many cases, I think if we followed your pattern to create and strengthen and help small businesses to sustain, we wouldn't be as heavily reliant on tourism. We wouldn't be always be looking for this magical corporation to come to our state and come to our community. But the people who do business here every day would work in the system. You know, they got their permitting on time. The government was fair in terms of services and its taxation, and that we would be creating an environment where the people you work with, you wouldn't have to convince them that Orleans Parish is an option. They would come to you to say, hey, Orleans Parish is our first and only option. So, man, whatever awards you receive, and men and women who toil every day to be the backbone of this economic foundation for this nation, thank you for all you've done. We can't give you enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas. Always trying to increase the tax base and economic base of the city of New Orleans, and that's what I try to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Detti. We're gonna take a quick photo with you. Come on, Councilman. Should be straightforward. Mr. Felton Jones, would you come forward? And we're going to take a picture with you and the folks from PJ's afterwards. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank representatives of PJ's Coffee of New Orleans, who is here today too. On the 18th of January, we're going to have as a special order of business, PJ's back with maybe a couple of franchise owners to emphasize a homegrown business and the contributions that PJ's has made to our city of New Orleans. But prior to that, we want to recognize, especially because I'm focusing on small businesses today, and also people who have grown entities. And Mr. Felton Jones, in your capacity as the roast master and coffee buyer for PJ's Coffee of New Orleans, you've played a role in growing a very important business in our city, and we appreciate it. For those who are watching, Felton Jones Jr. achieved roast master status in 2003, becoming the first and only Black chief roast master of a major American coffee corporation right here in New Orleans. Congratulations and thank you. And thank you, PJ's. Having learned under PJ's Coffee's founder and owner, Phyllis Jordan Jones, truly treats coffee as a passion and a work of art. I had an opportunity to tour the facility and saw you and the staff members hard at work. A lot of people don't know what goes into the coffee buying and the roasting and the working with the personnel side of the business, and you've done so well for so many years, and it's appreciated. We appreciate PJ's for its investment in our city. We'll be talking about that in January, but you are an example of why promoting and supporting our local businesses is important. PJ's is an example, franchise owners that I know, but I also know Felton Jones Jr., a graduate of
Yeah, you know, I can't say it yet. I gotta be up a little more. Okay, I'll give in. A graduate of, purple and gold.
Purple and Gold, St. Augustine High School, and also the Black and Gold of Xavier University. But we're just so pleased, and if you will talk to those who are watching now, and of course, remember that this is taped, we'll share with a lot of people. Tell us about your experience with PJs and what motivates you to do the work that you do and so well.
Thank you, Councilman. So yes, I mean, for me, it's, you know, for something that started out as just a young man in need of a job, for it to develop into what it has over the years. It's sometimes a blur, but at the same time, it's been a great experience for me that, of course, I'm not done with. The support of the brand, the Ballards, the owners of PJ's, and their faith and trust in me to put me as the name and the face that's synonymous with the brand PJ's has been a very humbling, you know, experience for me that I don't take lightly. And my only hope is that my experience and my success can lead to success and opportunity for others like me, to understand that the coffee business is a very important business, especially to the city of New Orleans, being that we are a port city, and we are one of the largest port cities for coffee. So to be a part of a brand that has represented itself and the city of New Orleans for 45 years around the country and in some other countries, it's been truly an honor, and I appreciate this recognition.
And you mentioned the port. A lot of people don't think enough about the port, I think, for obvious reasons, because they don't really come in contact with it. But being a buyer for PJs involves other countries.
Absolutely.
So talk about that for a second. Where might PJ's get its products from? And people need to know that this is going on right here in New Orleans.
Absolutely. We are single-handedly responsible for coffees that are imported directly from places like Nicaragua and Honduras directly into the city of New Orleans, specifically for PJ's, in addition to a new deal that was structured with exporters from Brazil just 2 months ago, on a trip that we made there, to begin some direct business with Brazil as well. And we're working on making certain to expand that to more countries of origin. And so, you know, as long as we as PJs can do that, that not only helps us, that also helps other colleagues of ours in the coffee industry, because it is very important that having a relationship not only with countries of origin, but recognizing the port as being a major contributor in those relationships, sometimes, as you said, goes unnoticed.
Councilman Thomas.
No, it's fascinating. And first of all, it's an honor to meet the man who's featured in the Behind the Beans documentary, right? So for the PJ's family, this is extremely special when you talk about the 14 countries of origin from Ethiopia, Colombia, Papua, to know that you're my homeboy, right? Even though you went to St. Aug, you didn't listen.
I grew up there, though.
Lower 9, right? It's just a privilege to me to finally, this guy, 1993 Roastmaster in 2003, but it says a lot about the company. But it also says a lot about you, is that, you know, you may have fallen into a career, but you know that black pot that was on our mamas and our grandmamas stove, right?
Yes, sir.
That you couldn't touch or clean, you know, that I'll never forget when I wanted to clean my mama's coffee pot, and she like, don't touch that, right? It wasn't like, you know, MC Hammer, don't touch that. It was like, don't touch that.
That's right.
Leave it alone. There's a tradition in us. And so you actually fell into a career that was already in your soul anyway. So to meet the man from the documentary featured in Behind the Beans to now I am extremely honored. So man, God bless you, man. And
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to ask the folks from PJ's to come up and join us in that photo, but I'm asking Mr. Ballard to come and sit next to Mr. Jones for just a second. But PJ's folks, come on up for this photo that we're going to take. Yep. Mr. Ballard, have a seat next to Mr. Jones for a second, and even though we're gonna be back in January, we're gonna save a little bit of the PJ's thunder until then, but tell us a little bit about Mr. Jones and his value to PJ's.
Well,
Go ahead, Paul.
thank you so much, Mr. Green, and it's been an honor. You know, our story, Felton and I and Tori, came in together, almost 30 years ago. And we became friends as just young guys, as being friends. And, my brothers and I, when we were able to, you know, buy the company, almost 18 years ago, the relationship of Felton, the way that he just creates an environment of success in the roasting facility and in around the world, as he's kind of giving you a taste of. We've had some travels together. We've had some kids we've raised together, and you know, being that we're from New Orleans, also we grew up here. It's just a special moment that we've had the last 25 plus years, and I appreciate every bit of it.
Searching for that best coffee bean.
That's right, that's right.
Well, you know, Felton has been, you know, Paul Scott and I are really proud of the fact that, you know, Felton has always been the ultimate professional. He's always been the one constant reminding us about how important the quality of our coffee is, and that we can't, we have to keep that first and foremost in our minds as we grow and develop. You know, as you grow and you get bigger, we got almost 180 stores open now. You know, there can be tendencies and pulls to do things differently. And Felton has always been that center that we go to say, is this a good decision? Is this not a good decision? And so when he says that he takes the responsibility of being our roast master and the face of the company at heart, he doesn't just say that, he does that in action as well, because he protects the brand with all of our growth. And so I can't tell you from our family enough how proud we are to have Felton as a shining star for our company and the face of our company. His name is on every roasted bag that we sell. Felton Jones's name is on that bag. And so you know, it's been glorious to grow and develop our relationships together and the company together, because he's been a big part of that growth.
And let me say to the PJ's family, as well as Mr. Jones, thank you guys for being a company, and I mean this from my family in the bottom of my soul, that looks at all of New Orleans and the whole landscape of New Orleans and investing. The PJ's on Reed is absolutely unbelievable. So with Stephanie Chambliss and her partners have done there. Not only have you guys given us a good coffee brand, but it's a place for people to congregate. It's one of my sons and my family's favorite spots. So, Councilmember Green, you guys are truly visionary. Y'all believe in opportunity for the entire part of the city. And what that establishment out there showed was there are so many other businesses that have followed it that are actually so successful now. Their only challenges is keeping enough employees. And so thank y'all for being trailblazers. I know there's a lot of coffee. This is a coffee loving city, but PJ's is absolutely number one, because not only are y'all New Orleanian, y'all are from New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's also a great time for me to put in my plug and say thank you for the support of the franchise owners on Leon C. Simon at Franklin. The drive-through is working out very well.
Yes.
Right?
Finally got that through.
The drive-through is working out very well.
It is.
And whenever you go there, it's clean and they're so very pleasant, and we appreciate that investment, you know, and that support that PJ's has provided. Let's all come forward for photos. Everybody. Oh, that's good. Right, here you go. Yeah.
Yes.
So you mind if we do one more? Mind if we do one more?
Ms. Laura. Hi. Yeah, I'll feel how to go back that way, but I'm just saying, the trick is.
You doing all right?
Good, man. Can't complain. They're the same, no, sorry.
Yeah, and another day, one day at a time.
Absolutely.
You know, the habits of the
All right, everyone, it's a little bit after 10 o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. As always, we get started with Madam Clerk and roll call.
Roll call, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Green. Councilmember Morrell. Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember King.
He's here.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso. We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our invocation today is gonna be by Pastor Philip Brock. We appreciate him being with us today.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
God is good.
Yes, he is.
When I say God is good, you say all the time.
All the time.
God is good
All the time.
all the time.
God is good.
That's what I'm talking about. As we bow, one moment of silence, please. Heavenly Father, we come to you in praise and thanksgiving, asking you to hear our prayers. God, our Prince of Peace, we ask for your presence in the streets and homes of our community. We pray for our local law enforcement, their safety and wisdom and compassion in all circumstances. We pray for your comfort for those who have experienced violence, and we ask your protection for our city and society. Father, we ask you to give our state and local leaders wisdom in making decisions effective in our neighborhoods and communities. We pray they continue to be thorough in their thoughts and be thoughtful in the decisions and listen to the voices of the community. We pray for the courage to stand up for our community and to live with grace and dignity in our city. Thank you for the things that you have in store for us, Father. We ask you to watch over us and give us strength, courage, and peace to understand, to know that you are God and our God. We thank you in advance for hearing our prayers. We thank you in advance, Father, for your peace, for your mercy, for your grace, for your goodness, for your kindness, for your forgiveness, and most importantly, for your love, Father. We ask you to forgive us of our sins, our selfishness, in which we may display through our daily encounters in life. We know that your son Jesus died for us, displaying the things in which you want us to display for your kingdom. Allow us to stand on your word, knowing that you are the God and the guide in which has been given to us to be able to know that you're the only way, the truth, and the life for us to be able to receive the things in which you have for us. We thank you, Father, for your greatness. We thank you, Father. We thank you, Father. We ask you to align with us and allow us to align with you to receive the things in which you have in store for us. We thank you for increase, protection, and abundance. Father, we ask you to continue strengthening us, continue guiding us and aligning us with your will, knowing that you are the only way, the truth, and the light. For your will shall be done. We thank you for your protection. We thank you for the blood of Jesus. Father, you are the ultimate source. We lean on your word for guidance. We ask you for the boldness to stand firm in faith, for we receive all things as your word says through it. We wholeheartedly thank you for your promises that resonate the hope that's needed in this world today. For we know your word shall not go void. You are the creator of heaven and earth, and we thank you for the life in which you have created for us. God, cover our hearts, cover our minds, and be confident, allow us to be confident in the things that you have given us. We thank you for your darling son, Jesus, who died on the cross for us. We send all glory and honor up to you, Father, for you are worthy to be praised. In Jesus' name we pray and we say, amen, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Brock. You covered it all. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember King.
But the
To the flag, United States, and to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember, we ready? You ready? Special orders of business. The first order of business is a presentation. Warren Bell, Norman Robinson, Sally Ann Roberts, William Bill Roussel, and Renette Dejoie Hall, honoring 5 prominent New Orleans, Louisiana journalists for their accomplishments and decades of work and paying homage to their outstanding contributions to New Orleans and surrounding parishes. And each of them shines a beacon of light in the fight for justice and equality. A free press can inform citizens of their leaderships, successes, or failures, convey the people's needs and desires to government bodies, and provides a platform for the open exchange of information and ideas. Journalists do a tremendous amount of research, write, edit, proofread, and file news stories, features, and articles. Even though a news article bears a single journalist byline, the process requires significant collaboration. They also must have integrity along with legal and ethical responsibilities.
Madam Clerk, if you could read the bio of each of our recipients, and then we'll get into our formal presentation. Madam Clerk.
Warren A. Bell Jr. Warren A. Bell is a New Orleans native with a long established presence in broadcast media as a TV and radio news anchor, news manager, and talk show host, in addition to producing numerous documentaries on critical topics over the years. Bell anchored his first radio news broadcast in 1968 at WYLD Radio while attending St. Augustine High School. He had returned home and made local broadcasting history as New Orleans' first Black weekday primetime TV news anchor at WDSU TV 1974 to 1980, plus stints as a WGNO TV Public Affairs Director, WYES TV, host and senior news anchor 1987 through 94 at WVUE TV. However, Mr. Bell also served in the classroom as an adjunct instructor 1983 to 2000 and first director of Dillard University's Mass Communication Division. Then as Associate VP for University and Media Relations 2003 to 2011 at Xavier University of Louisiana. His last HBCU assignment came as the founding director of the Honorees Center for Undergraduate Students Achievement. Warren Bell presently sits on the board of several nonprofits, including the Medical Centers of Louisiana Spirit of Charity Foundation, the New Orleans Junior Journalism Program. He is a lifetime member of the National Association of Black Journalists. Bell is also the founding president of the New Orleans NABJ. Bell has received numerous awards over a 50-year career. He's currently working on a TV documentary to air next year to showcase an even richer history of the achievements of free Blacks in New Orleans. Bell is married, a proud father of 4 daughters, and a doting Papa Bell, grandfather to his 5 grandchildren. He remains an active member of St. Peter Claver Catholic Church in the Treme area, where his family Afro-Creole roots date back almost 2 centuries. Norman Robinson has been a part of the journalistic landscape in New Orleans since 1976. In June of 2014, he began a well-deserved retirement after 38 years on television in the Crescent City. Prior to that, he spent 24 years anchoring the 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. newscast at the NBC affiliate WDSU TV. He also served as the moderator of WDSU's award-winning Hot Seat broadcast, which held politicians and policymakers accountable following the events of Hurricane Katrina. In addition to New Orleans, Norman has worked for broadcast outlets in Southern California, Mobile, New York City, and Washington, D.C., where he was a member of the White House Press Corps as correspondent for CBS News. His awards are numerous, covering crime, politics, tragedy, and humor. The most coveted, the prestigious Nieman Fellowship Award to Harvard University, where he served as a member of the Nieman Fellowship Advisory Board. Recently, Norman served as a contributing correspondent on the documentary Chronicle, Children of Katrina, which won an Edward R. Morrow Award, the Sigma Delta Chi Award for the Society of Professional Journalists. Norman is also a past winner of the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters Golden Mike Award and the New Orleans Press Club Lifetime Achievement Award. Norman has certificates and recognition from the U.S. Navy School of Music, the Columbia School of Broadcasting, and Harvard University. He is also the recipient of an honorary doctorate of humane letters from Our Lady of Holy Cross College in New Orleans. Norman's military service to his country includes a 4-year tour of duty in the United States Marine Corps, where he was a sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps Fields Band at Paris Island, Camp Pendleton, and the former El Toro Marine Corps Air Station. Norman donates countless hours speaking at events, school, churches, and charity fundraiser events. He is a past president of the New Orleans Rotary Club, the Secretary of Unity of Greater New Orleans, a Silverback Society mentor, a Crime Stoppers Board member, and an advisory board for the Environmental and Carpenter Apprentice Program, to name a few. He is also a member of the nationally recognized New Orleans Concert Band, where he has played the euphorium baritone horn for the past 25 years. Norman is a husband, father, and grandfather. Sally Ann Roberts. For more than 25 years, Sally Ann Roberts co-anchored with Eric Paulson the popular Eyewitness Morning News on WWL-TV in New Orleans. That newscast for many years was the highest rated local morning newscast in America. For more than a decade, she also hosted WWL Teens talk show, Our Generation. Sally Ann also contributed Quiet Hero reports on WWL's evening newscast, spotlighting community activists and volunteers doing positive work in the region. Sally Ann has received Lifetime Achievement Awards from the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters and Press Club of New Orleans. Sally Ann retired from WWL in February 2018. Sally Ann was inducted into the Louisiana Mississippi Associated Press Broadcasters Hall of Fame. During the New Orleans Tricentennial, the Times-Picayune honored Sally Ann in its 300 of 300 series profiling influential New Orleans. She has received many awards in her more than 40 years of broadcast journalism, but this wife, mother, and now grandmother of 5 is most concerned about the future of children. In 1994, Sally Ann co-founded with Kathy Harris the mentorship organization Each One, Save One. It was inspired by her mother, Lucy Maria. Lucy Marion, who told Sally Ann that it only takes one person to change the trajectory of a child's life. For nearly 25 years, Each One, Save One has trained, screened, and placed hundreds of caring adults in New Orleans public schools to encourage children. This inspirational speaker and author of Going Live, an anchor woman reports good news and your power is on. A Little Book of Hope says her greatest joy in life was being the perfect genetic match to become a bone marrow donor for her baby sister, Ruben Roberts. Asked to what she attributes any success she may have achieved, Sally Ann gives all honor, glory, and praise to God. Additionally, Sally Ann retired from television. She still enjoys reporting the good news on Your Power is on gospel music show WBOK 12:30 a.m., which she co-hosts with broadcast legend Monica Pierre. William Bill Roussel was born in New Orleans on August 3rd, 1946. His life in the media is rooted in a desire for the truth, a commitment to change, and a will to leave this world a better place. The son of a public school teacher, Bill grew up in uptown New Orleans, nurtured by the rich New Orleans culture. He developed a love for his city, its people, and a commitment to speaking truth to power. A 1967 honors graduate from Xavier University, Roussel landed a publishing intern position with Time Inc. in New York. That next year, he became the first African-American on-air news reporter in New Orleans at WDSU TV. Roussel often shares his first day in WDSU newsroom, April 4, 1968, the day Martin Luther King was assassinated. He saw firsthand how media censorship works when police authorities convinced the TV station not to air information on the riots in other urban areas in America. They feared similar reaction from local citizens. His passion for truth and commitment to his people grew stronger. In 1969, he left WDSU following a controversial interview with the protesters who were fighting the merger of SUNO into the LSU system. He will be appointed as deputy director of the Citizens Humane Relations Committee, where he engineered the passage of a local public accommodations ordinance, opening restaurants and bars to all citizens. Following a year at City Hall, he worked 10 years in the community with the Free Southern Theater. He helped organize a community-based effort to include African Americans in the TV media. The Media Project challenged TV stations, licenses in the early 70s, and won concessions from most of the local TV stations. In the mid-70s, Bill hosted a weekly TV show on the public television station WYES TV called Nation Time, while also serving as producer for the Free Southern Theater. During this period, Roussel joined the board of New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation following a community-based protest for Black involvement in the event. He would eventually serve as president and help oversee the development of the festival into one of the world's premier music events. Roussel later worked as director of the Parent Community Alliance, an organization developed to organize parents to be more involved in public school policy. He learned about community organizing in this role under the tutelage of Arisa Cather Haley, his most important mentor. In the late 70s, Bill headed the ad hoc committee for accountable police, which won increased civilian oversight of police involved in brutal citizen interaction. In 1980, Roussel put his publishing skills to work at the Black Collegian Magazine, a Black-owned and operated national publication based in New Orleans. In 1984, he and former Black Collegian editor Kamau Ya Salim opened the doors of Bright Moments public relations firm. For 31 years now, Roussel and his company have provided public relations, marketing, and advertising services to a long list of clients, including enduring clients like Liberty Bank, Total Community Action, the City of New Orleans, Entergy, and New Orleans Public Schools. He is one of the city's leading political strategists, having managed successful campaigns for public school and city millages elections, as well as numerous political candidates such as Mayor LaToya Cantrell, the first female African-American mayor of New Orleans, Dorothy Mae Taylor, the first Black woman legislator in Louisiana, both mayors Ray Nagin and Mitch Landrieu, and former U.S. Senator Mary Landrieu, to name a few. In the 1990s and early 2000s, while managing the day-to-day operation of Bright Moments, Bill hosted Sunday Journal, a radio show every Sunday from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. on WYLD FM radio. He simultaneously hosted a weekly TV show on the Cox Cable Access Channel called the Liberty Network, sponsored by Liberty Bank. Both shows feature news analysis, feature interviews, and hard-hitting, honest dialogue between the host and the viewing and listening audience. Since Katrina, local, state, and national organizations alike has sought his expertise, knowledge, and ability to reach into the community. Bright Moment has been instrumental in ensuring citizen participation in the rebuilding of New Orleans public school, site preparation for New Orleans Hospital, creating a master plan for the land use and comprehensive zoning ordinance, as well as numerous redevelopment efforts. In 2007, Roussel was honored with the local advertising industry's highest honor, the Silver Medal, presented by the New Orleans Ad Club, equivalent to a Lifetime Achievement Award. The Silver Medal honored him for his many firsts and for his significant contribution to the industry. Bill Roussel is married to Ethel Davis Roussel. He has 6 children and 7 grandchildren. He is a member of Franklin Avenue Baptist Church. Renette Dejoie Hall. As both a native of New Orleans and a third-generation publishing professional, Renette Dejoie Hall has spent her life connecting communities with news that matters to them. Hall's first job was at the age of 8 as a newspaper girl. She had a route in her neighborhood, and each Wednesday, she would find her delivery on her bicycle to the latest issue of the Louisiana Weekly that was started by her grandfather, C.C. Dejoie Sr., in September of 1925. She spent most of her summers at the paper, where she learned every aspect of the business, from administrative to payroll, typesetting to layout design, darkroom development, to even assistant apprentice as the paper was printed. Upon her college graduation from 1976 to 86, she was the social editor for the Louisiana Weekly. She left the paper for a short period to work in radio, where she worked for the Interurban Broadcasting, WYLD AM FM, Easy Communications, B97, and finally Clear Channel, WYLD, WQUE, before eventually returning to the family business in 1997 as its editor. Today, she is the newspaper's president and publisher. Hall is a past president of the Louisiana Press Association, the official trade association of more than 120 daily and weekly newspapers in the state. She was elected president in 2018, becoming the association's first Black female president and first president representing a Black-owned newspaper. She also has been the recipient of the LAPS President's Award twice. She now serves on the LA Press Foundation Board. She is also a member of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, the trade association of more than 200 African-American owned newspapers, of which her grandfather was a co-founder, Louisiana Black Publishers Association, the Associated Press, and BMOC of NOLA, which stands for the Black-Owned Media Coalition of New Orleans. In 2018, the Press Club of New Orleans presented her with its Lifetime Achievement Award, marking the first time that an African-American of a Black-owned media outlet has been recognized by the organization. She has been awarded the Unity Globe Award from the National Rainbow Push Organization and the Community Service Award from the African American Leadership Project. This summer, the New Orleans Association of Black Social Workers, which turned 50 this year, named her as New Orleans Trailblazer. And the New Orleans Association of Black Journalists has twice honored Hall. Many years ago, the association presented her with its Trailblazer of the Year award, and most recently, she was honored with its Legacy Award. She currently serves on the Louisiana Press Association Foundation and the board of WYES. She was married to the late James C. Hall from Boston, Massachusetts for 36 years. They met while she attended Boston College. She is the mother of Brandon Elizabeth Dejoie Hall, Christopher Tiffany Dejoie Hall, and Lauren Dejoie Hall, and the proud grandmother of 5, Carter Christopher Hall, Austin Nicholas Hall, Sydney Elizabeth Hall, Holden James Hall, and Remy Rooney Hall.
All right.
That's it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Guys, first of all, for everyone who actually listened to each of those bios, and I know it's painful for Warren because he wanted his stuff to be edited and cut. But in talking to Lena and my staff, there were so many notable moments in history and iconic moments in history that we thought your lives were important enough and your accomplishments were important enough that each of those accounts, each of those victories for our community were read into the record and noted in history. So forgive us. I know one of the most difficult things in the world is hearing about your accomplishments and hearing someone recite years and years. And Norman never wants people to know that he's older than his age. As Miles Mabley once told Johnny Carson once, but you guys' contributions were too vast and too important not for us to hear that. So at this time, before the council acknowledges you guys, we would really like to hear from each of our iconic figures. And Norman, if you don't mind, if we could start with Sally Ann and Ms. Dejoie, please. Sally Ann.
First of all, I want to say thank you to the council for this wonderful award and just the recognition. I just want to say, you know, I came here in 1977. I used to sit right there. I was a city hall reporter, and I was thrown into the deep end when I was hired by WWL. And your grandfather was city councilman at large, Joe Giarrusso Sr. And I remember A.L. Davis, Reverend A.L. Davis, who was the first Black city councilman. And I just have so many fond memories of this time. But you know what I want to say is I believe the future is bright because of the people that are here at this table represent, and also a young lady sitting back there, Sharice Gibson. She is carrying it on, and there are so many African-American journalists who are carrying on. I remember when I saw an African-American woman anchoring the news for the first time. I mean, it was spellbinding. I screamed. I walked in the living room and I saw this Black woman delivering the news. And I screamed and my whole family came in. And we were watching and my mother said, "Oh, I know her. That's Trudy Haynes. We went to college together at Howard." Now, you can't go onto a television network or a television station and not see African Americans on the job. It's a new day. And I believe that we need to continue the forward progress.
Thank you. Ms. Dejoie Hall.
Good morning, everybody. Let me just top Sally in on one thing. You sat there. I actually worked for the clerk with the likes of Eddie Saper and Joe DeRosa. And ooh, that was a long time ago. So I'm familiar with how you guys work. But while I am humbled that you all are honoring me, it is not me that should be honored, but the Black press. And specifically my grandfather, who had the fortitude and actually the means to start the Louisiana Weekly back in 1925. And if I may take a moment of privilege, I'm not sure that the people I am surrounded by today would be here had it not been for the Black press to open the doors for our people to make the strides that they have. And, you know, all the glory should go to the members of the Black press, which one would hope that our community, Black, white, brown, yellow, would continue to support. Because we do bring the truth and the other side of every argument. And just again, thank you for this honor. I'm not deserving, but thank you anyway.
Mr. Warren Bell.
This one doesn't look like it's on. This one is.
Warren.
I guess I could probably reach the microphone. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here again. I've had the privilege of being recognized once before on the 50th anniversary of my first time doing a radio broadcast. So this has many dimensions in terms of feelings and sentiments right now, but it's been my honor and privilege to serve the community I was born into. I am a Treme native. My roots go back a long time, more than I even realized until I started working on this documentary project coming soon. And that's all I'll say about that. But being surrounded by these folks, in the case of this young lady, her dad was Bill Roussel, is Bill Roussel, of course, and having worked with him as I transitioned from news into communications management and public relations, lots of great memories, both from the higher ed standpoint and from the stories I covered, like Sally Ann here at City Hall, demonstrations outside City Hall as things got raucous from time to time, takeovers upstairs, which I think your father was somewhat involved in during a certain mayoral term. So the memories are rich. My appreciation is boundless. That's all I can say. And I'm happy to still be here to be seen and not observed or eulogized just yet. Thank you so much. God bless all of you.
That's a Warren Bellism. Norman Robinson.
Good morning.
Morning.
I will not prolong the moment. Not being a politician like most of you, I am not blessed with the gift of oratory. Oh boy, please. Please. And as Oliver mentioned, Councilman Oliver Thomas mentioned previously, I'm not want to recognize just how old I am, but sitting here watching some of you that I had the privilege of mentoring. Elena Moreno was a 24-year-old bright-eyed, burgeoning journalist when she arrived at WDSU some years ago, and Oliver Thomas when he was an administrative aide to Jim Singleton. Yes, I am eternally grateful to have been presented with this auspicious recognition. And I'm often suspect when people start describing me as iconic, legendary, venerable, as the late Avery Alexander said once. That's when you're on your way out. and people are getting ready for your eulogy. Hopefully I'll be around a lot longer to enjoy some more experiences with all of you. But I am here by the grace of God and the good people of New Orleans who saw fit to accept me as one of their own. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Karen? Honor Bill Roussel, your father.
Hi, thank you, sir. Here on behalf of William Bill Roussel. He is still active in spirit, may not be as physical as he would like, but it's been a tough journey over the last 4 to 5 years. But thank you so much, Sharice, for all that you're doing in keeping this amazing group of journalists and media experts and gurus together. I am not one to speak because we work a lot behind the scenes. And Bill just told me the other day when we was discussing something, he was like, no, we're behind the scenes. Nobody needs to know, what we're doing or anything like that. And that comes from a very humble perspective. Everything that we do as a company, we believe in the citizens that we serve, just as you do. That's why we get involved with politics. But we know that there's a higher calling and then there's a purpose in our calling that we all will be held accountable for. So as we go through this time period with Bill, my dad, and everything that he's going through, we realize that the preciousness of time. And then as the young lady read, his bio, which was very long, it shows you what your purpose to do in the in between. Because we have a beginning and we have an end, but what's our purpose is what we do in the in between. And I'm so happy, and I thank you for sharing what he has been doing in the in between. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we're gonna each council member to participate in. I'm gonna do something a little different. After I say my final words and we prepare to make the presentation, I'm gonna ask Sharice Gibson, who's actually a beneficiary from the industry, to close us out before we come down to present and take our pictures. Councilmember Giarrusso.
There have been a few times I've sat up here that I feel like I'm on the wrong side of the dais. And today is one of those days because I remember growing up with each of you, seeing you, being in my living room. And I know, Norman, you don't want to feel like that means that you're an icon or venerated. Maybe we use the word titans instead.
I like that.
Yeah,
I
because
can go with that.
well, because I think at this moment there are a couple things very important. When I campaigned, Dan Foley reminded me how old your paper is and told me 3 times that it was established in 1925 and I needed to understand my history. And I think so much as we move forward, we tend to forget our past, and that people who are sitting at this table can help us be that muscle memory that we need to move forward. And with Sharice sitting there as well, and I saw her out in the audience, it reminds me of how much we all need people who have succeeded, whose shoulders we can stand on. And you are those shoulders that we are all standing on right now. That's the bottom line. And in an age where unfortunately, you have people saying fake news and attacking the press and denigrating the work that you have done and have historically will do. I think it's more than important than ever to lift up the media, the free press, Black press, as being one of the pillars of democracy. So I thank you all so much for all of your work. It's so good to see you all in person, and I feel about this tall right now. Thank you all.
Councilmember King.
Want to thank everyone thank you all for coming out. Councilman Giarrusso stated perfectly. Going to bed, you all in the living room, in the kitchen, watching our grandparents and our parents watch you. I'm waking up, watching you all every morning. I didn't realize the importance of the Louisiana Weekly until I started running and campaigning and really learning the history and coming to appreciate how important not only the Louisiana Weekly is, but how important Black press is. And Ms. Robinson, you said it, Robin, you said it perfectly. Sally Ann Robertson. Robert. I'm sorry.
It's just Sally Ann.
Sally. You're one of the first people I saw on TV. I remember that. One of my earliest memories of watching you on TV.
That's a classic moment.
Watch out there now.
I remember where I was when I first saw you on TV. I was in nursery.
I did. He's doubling down. Right.
I think that hole a little deeper.
She's a voter for me.
But I remember where I was. It's good to look up and see someone that looks like you and speaks like you and has the similar backgrounds. And you can't turn on television, local or national, without seeing young Black men and women, and that started, I believe, on your shoulders. So every one of you sitting down there today, we appreciate it. all that you have done, all that you will continue to do for media and especially Black media. Thank you.
Elena's gonna follow that up, but youthful innocence and that.
Remember Oliver, he did that to me too. I think though, he said he was in middle school.
Right.
He started watching me. Look, you all are, no doubt about it, trailblazers, icons, mentors. I know all of you all have worked with you all in some type of capacity. You know, clearly I know Sally Ann and Norman a little bit better. And it's so funny because taking a look at this room and all of these memories are just rushing back into my head because I'm also seeing my former morning producer here. And Amy used to produce a morning show that I anchored, obviously going head to head with WWL morning show that Sally Ann was on, where we could never get anywhere close to you all in ratings. Never. I mean, it's like Sally Ann, you know, watching you and just your ability to tell a story and your compassion that you showed toward everyone who you interviewed is such a unique and amazing talent that you have. And it comes across to the viewers. And that's why, you know, I mean, you and Eric were like the team. And so, but there's Amy and I and Rube trying to figure out a path to like get anywhere close to you all. But I always very much appreciated the talent that you all had and how you did your morning show and your talent in particular. We love Eric too, but mostly you, Sally Ann.
We love Eric.
Okay, yeah, right. And now I have to, y'all know I have to talk about Norman, who I call Poopsie, and he calls me Poopsie. It's a long story on that one, but I'll say this, like, as Norman talked about it, I came into WDSU as a kid, a baby. People often tell me as I walk around town, they're like, we've seen you grow up, Helena. Because I was 23 or 24 years old and was really still learning about what it took to be a good reporter. And Norman was always very frank and fair with me, and he taught me so much. And he was the first to tell me when my story was knockout great. And also the first to say, what the hell was that? You know, when my stories weren't, but I appreciated that. And I think that frankness and that toughness, you know, I think that is, it's also a necessary piece because it teaches you to be better. And you have to have that person who you do look up to and who does mentor you to make you great, to make you better. And Norman, I have to tell you, you didn't just help me in my journalism career, you've helped me in my life. And so I wanted to thank you for that, my friend. And thank you to Councilmember Thomas for bringing all of these fantastic and amazing trailblazing journalists and communications individuals here to the City Council today. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am so pleased to be in the presence of such icons in the world of journalism, but also just in the manner in which you serve our communities. I'm so appreciative. I look at you all and the institutions that you recognize, and it reminds me of why I enjoyed living in New Orleans and enjoy raising my 3 children here, because we're connected in one way or the other in many fashions. For example, Bill Roussel and I have served on boards such as the Good Work Network and worked with campaigns. Warren Bell and I attended the iconic St. Augustine High School in the 1970s. Here we go. 1970s, and we both went on to Ivy League institutions and state and county. In the 70s, that's right. 60, that's right. That's right. The early days. Sally Ann and I had an opportunity to watch her children grow as members of Bethany Methodist Church, and it was great to kind of grow up also with you in many respects, you know. The first job that I ever had was selling the Louisiana Weekly. And we delivered the Louisiana Weekly to households. My brother and I, the subscription price was only like $2 a month or something like that.
It's not that much higher.
Right.
So everyone should have a subscription.
Everyone should have a subscription. But I tell you, as a young person, that was sometimes the hardest money to collect from folks. They wouldn't answer the door. But I was like, come on. I'm like in junior high school. But the bottom line is that another institution that I'm so proud of, and of course, we'll be celebrating 100 years soon, which is amazing to think in the early 1900s of forming a publication in the midst of segregation and repression, and also just the challenges that we had in our community. So I look forward to that celebration, but thank you for what you and your family have done. And to Poopsie, I'm sorry, Norman.
Yeah, you got to earn it.
Wait. Oh, wait, no, just wait, don't earn it. Just wait till the fellow silverbacks hear about it. No, Norman and I go way back. We are silverbacks, but that's an example of the time that Warren has, that Norman and Warren through the Honorary Society, but Norman has invested in our community, that he is willing to go around and talk to high school and junior high school students about what it takes to be proud and strong in our community. And I'm pleased to work with you as a silverback. But that was just an example of pointing out all five of you, all of why I'm proud to live in the city of New Orleans, because there are icons such as yourself and your institutions that have made a tremendous difference in our city. I consider myself relatively young. I've seen a lot in the history of the city of New Orleans, but I'll tell you, I'm also relatively upbeat. I've seen a lot, which tells me how much progress we've made. In the world of journalism, you all, Sharice, and the others who represent us are a proud statement of what we accomplished through the struggles and what we accomplished through getting together as a community and supporting those who were going to make contributions to our society. So thank you for what you do. Again, icon is a good word. I'm pleased to be today in the City Council chamber as we recognize 5 icons. Thank you very much.
Good guys, thank you. I'm gonna say just a little bit about why this is not only important to me, but why you guys are so notable. Ms. Hall, I'm gonna read a list, the Anti-Slavery Bugle, the Appeal, the Atlanta Voice, the Pittsburgh Courier, the Black Dispatch, the Black Economic Times, the Buffalo American, the Broad Axe, the California Eagle, and the Bystander. How much it had to be in your soul to want to continue the tradition of great African-American newsmen and women, the struggle that it is, the fact that it's not fair, and the fact that you are probably, I'm rolling my notes, probably one of the most fair news people in this country in terms of your demand for fairness and accountability for all people. I've been in meetings with you, with the press, at dinners at prominent people's homes, and listened, and you never really talked about your paper. You talked about the purpose of your paper, and you talk about your people. But I don't think anyone would ever understand the difficulty in maintaining something that at one point was illegal. If you look at Black codes and Jim Crow laws, did we know to date you, but you're iconic and legendary because of your life. And that's why we honor you. Sally, I don't know how many people, my mom used to tell us that the best people God put on this earth are the ones who put themselves second. And because they put themselves second, we put them first. Yeah, you ain't had to be from New Orleans, right? But we felt that when you did a story, that we mattered. Little black boys and girls in New Orleans, you may not have been from here, but you were from the place where we come from. And that is your heart. And then you were one of the few people, Sharice, I think Sally Ann's one of those people that could probably talk about a serial killer and kind of make you feel that maybe there was something good about him, right? Right? You know, that somewhere, you know, with this tragic, evil person, later, there was some humanity in that person's life, and God gave you that gift. And then Norman Robinson, of course, is off the top now, so we got to hear it every morning between our shows. But it ain't never been off the top from you. It's been from your soul. And those stories that you shared with me about what it was like to be a Southern journalist and a Southern black man covering the White House, or what it was like to be in the newsroom when the Algiers 7 was more than just some white officers who killed some black people. That was a story about race and power and conspiracy and the fight that you had to go through, people like you and Warren and Sally and others, to make sure that that story wasn't just about some officers killing some black folk. It was about the history of this country and race and power and police abuse of police powers. And then when you started doing Off the Top again, it was my understanding and feeling that, knowing that, you know, news doesn't just come from out your brain. The story's got to come from your life. And I think, and then you told me something one time about something I was doing because I took a casual approach to an event. And then this was years ago, I think I was working for Jim. And you said, as a black man, whenever people see you, if they don't see you at your best, they see the rest of us at our worst. Yeah. And I've never forgotten that. Thank you. Uncle Bill, as I call him, he's not here, but hopefully he's listening. Bright Moments was the agency I used whenever I would put together political messaging the first time I ran for office. Bill Roussel taught me that it was more about political speak, the speech, but if somebody gave you something to read and if you didn't believe it, write something else. Too many people heard political speeches in polytalk. What they didn't hear was how we feel. They didn't hear that we were human. So I'll never forget, he turned off the mic after we were recording something, and he said, throw the paper away. I'm gonna tell you what it's about, not say how you feel. I've tried to use that in every step of my life. So whenever I say something, people may not agree with it. It may not be the politically the correct thing, but it ain't what someone just wrote for me. It's how I feel. And I will forever be grateful to him. And I think if the more of us start saying how we feel, then maybe people might feel us a little bit more. So I honor you guys. I love you guys. And we wouldn't be here without y'all guys. Give them a hand, please. Now, for the lady who says it's still time to follow the lines, right? For one of the most compelling series that I think is representative of y'all life, I think it's more than appropriate. She may not be an elected official, but I don't think anybody should close out this portion of the segment. Sharice Gibson.
I was hoping you didn't ask me to say a prayer because I'm not good at it. But I will say this, I'm president of the New Orleans Association of Black Journalists, in addition to all of the work that I do with the National Association of Black Journalists, which is a chapter that was Warren Bell was the founding president. And it was Warren Bell standing inside of what was Victory at the time that looked at me, and Norman Robinson was there, and there was an IRE conference in town of investigative journalists. And he said, I need you to run this chapter. And he asked me to put my name in the hat to become president of this chapter. And I knew that it was a large undertaking because I'm very, very deeply rooted in this city. My family, born and raised here, was at Warren Easton at 3019 Canal Street, the other purple and gold. It's just somebody saying, oh, the other purple and gold. And Southern University in Baton Rouge. And so I truly believe in the messaging of Black journalists in our community. And I live this life. This is a part of what I live and what I see every day. And one of the things that I wanted to do when I moved back home was to tell the story of the New Orleans that I know. And the New Orleans that I know is a New Orleans where on Mardi Gras Day, you go underneath the Claiborne Bridge and you hang out with the Indians and you have barbecue with your aunties and your cousins. And New Orleans that I know, I'm on the lake for Easter and we're rolling up and down the lake with the families and they're showing off their outfits and their cars and all the girls and boys are looking at each other. And I don't know, the New Orleans that I know was such a joyful New Orleans, but it was a very, very Black New Orleans, extremely Black New Orleans. And there was so much joy there, but there was also so much pain there. And that pain I didn't realize until I had grown up and came back to the city as a young woman. And I have to say, sitting next to these people, I interned at a Norman. Sally Ann, I worked as a desk assistant and she still treated me as an equal, making $7 an hour. And she would still have conversations with me. And Norman, I was just simply afraid of. Norman and Camille Whitworth, he was just so, he was just such a presence and he still is. Even when he got on the mic, I kind of sat up straight a little bit and he's just such a presence for all of us. And Sally to this day will call me and how you doing? I called her to tell her that we were honoring her for the jazz brunch for NOABJ. And she says, okay, that's fine, but how are you? How you feeling?
Right.
How's your heart? When are we gonna get together? And we always plan to get together for lunch. And it's always like, she's so concerned about what's happening with me and what's happening in my life. And then she goes into her bag as she always does. And you leave with either a bracelet or a prayer leaflet or something that is of some good nature that is from her and speaks a lot to her spirit. My father was reading the Louisiana Weekly, and so I knew about the Louisiana Weekly a long time ago, and he really impressed upon us the importance of the Black press and making sure that our stories are told fairly and accurately. And then you have people like Warren Bell, who is just one of those people you just kind of go, who does he think he is? And then you talk to him. You talk to him and you understand, and as you get to hear his bio and you get to know him, and it's like, oh, that's who he is. And he will tell you who he is every single time he sees you. You don't have to guess. He will let you know. That bio he knows in the back of his head.
Yes, he will.
And I will tell you, and having conversations with Mr. Roussel and the short time that I got to know him and understanding the importance and the role that he played in a lot of our lives without us even knowing it and playing the background. I found so much of what they did and so much of their work inspiring. And I thought, what better way than to honor them and to show them that we love you and we want to give you your flowers while you're here. You're absolutely amazing people and they're still very active. It's very interesting. I can say that they're legendary and iconic, but I'm like, they're still working. The Sally Ann is, sometimes I turn on WBOK and I'm on WBOK all the time to talk about Follow the Line and to talk about the work that I'm doing or whatever documentary I have out next. And Sally has a show in the morning and, you know, sometimes you'll hear Norman on there. And it's just really interesting to see that even though that they're not on television, they're not on the airwaves right now, they're still very, very active community members. So they ain't gone yet. They're continuously moving, they're continuously working, and we honestly love you. And I thank you all so much for honoring them. They deserve every single ounce of it. There's partners, their kids, because they're along for the ride. Journalism has changed. It's completely different. It's changed on its surface and it's changed at its core, and they still remain strong and steady in what they do. So thank you so much. And if I had flowers, I would physically give them to you, but I gave you trophies in August. So,
Thank you.
but thank you for all that you do for us and for the people who look like me and those who come behind you.
Amen. Amen. Absolutely. And the certificates are framed in honor of your bio, so I won't read the whole thing again.
Right.
But it says at the request of Oliver Thomas on the New Orleans City Council proclaims November 16th, 2023, Journalist Day, as we thank them for their commitment that they put into bringing us the news and information each day. and is signed by all of our colleagues and will be chronicled in the annals of City Hall forever. Thank you guys for all of your contributions, and we'll bring these certificates down and present and take some pictures with each of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
Course. Do you want any photos with anyone else?
Are we ready, Councilman?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Could you ask everybody to stop all that noise?
All right, we're gonna begin the next order of business. We're gonna take a. All right, Madam Clerk, I think we're ready for the next order of business. Thank you.
The third order of business will be taken up now. The third order of business is a presentation. Kim Ball, President, and Kathy Hambrick, Executive Director, of the Amistad Research Center. Excuse me.
Warren Bell.
It's, we need y'all to start moving toward the door, please.
Warren Bell.
Or keep it down. Thank you. Yeah, Warren Bell.
Warren Bell.
Hi, thank you all. Hey, Wesley.
Wesley Bishop.
Can you help get folks through?
Thank you.
Thank you.
A presentation on Amistad Research Center's work and the introduction of Kathy Hambrick as its new Executive Director.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Councilman Girousso, and thank you, members of the council. As stated, my name is, first of all, I would like to recognize all of the individuals that you just recognized. They are all icons, not just in our community, but in the journalistic community, state of Louisiana, and in our nation. So it's truly an honor for us to be able to follow those icons. First, thank you on behalf of the Amistad Research Center's Board of Directors. We appreciate the fact that the council has invited us and allowed us to give a brief presentation about the work of the Amistad Research Center, and more importantly, to introduce our new Executive Director,
Kathy Hambrick. Councilman Jeruso has been a true partner and supporter of Amistad since he's been on the council. He really does attend almost every single thing we invite him to. And he attended our recent reception on September 28th, where we welcomed our new executive director, Kathy Hambrick. I know Councilwoman Harris is not here this morning, but many of you know that Councilwoman Harris has been a supporter of Amistad for a very long time, even doing legal work, helping the Amistad Research Center through some difficult legal complexities that we've had. Councilman King has supported the center, not just currently through his role on the council, but through his previous role. Councilman Green is always there all the time, no matter what it is. He supports what's going on in the community and completely supports our arts and the preservation of our history in the community. I don't know what to say about Councilman Thomas. He has been a longtime friend, longtime supporter of Amistad, longtime supporter of the arts in the city of New Orleans. So thank you so much for allowing us to be here. And Councilwoman Moreno, again, nothing to be said. You're always there, always supportive. So again, we appreciate this opportunity to be here. Bottom line is, it's important for you to know that while we are housed on Tulane's campus, and Tulane is a partner to the Amistad Research Center, we are actually an independent 501c3 nonprofit. So we provide and preserve information, but more importantly, we provide access to original materials related to our country's racial history, the African diaspora, and civil rights movement. And I think that is so critical and important with where we are as a nation today, where we are as a state today, and bluntly, where we are as a community today. We all know that in states outside of Louisiana, many legislatures, many school boards, many public officials are literally trying to erase our nation's dark history as it relates to civil rights, as it relates to how African Americans were treated from the time of slavery to the present. Amistad is determined, and our work is to ensure that this erasure does not occur. So we are the largest archive where we preserve actual original papers of civil rights leaders, of musicians, of artists, of people from the Harlem Renaissance that tell the nation what our story is, that tell who we are. As we say on our website, there is no story that Amistad cannot tell and has not been able to tell. So I am honored to be a longtime member of the board of directors of Amistad. I am honored to be the chair of the Amistad board in and of itself. And I'm truly honored to introduce our new dynamic executive director, Kathy Hambrick. Kathy has made the preservation of our history, our community's history, the history of Black folks in the city, in the state, in our country, her life's mission. Many of you know Kathy from being the founder and former executive director of River Road African American Museum, and she is the past president of the Association of African American Museums. Kathy is the right person at the right time to lead the Amistad Research Center and the important work as we move forward. So it is truly my honor and privilege to introduce our new executive director, Kathy Hambrick, and I'm going to turn the table over to her.
Kim makes my job so much easier. I almost don't have to say very much after the introduction and explanation of what we are all about at the Amistad. I want to give you a brief history of the Amistad, and as a public historian and museologist, I want to say thank you to the city of New Orleans. New Orleans is my birthplace. I was born in Charity Hospital. My family lived in Pontchartrain Park, and family has worked and lived in just about every one of your districts. The history at the Amistad began with that slave ship that was represented in the movie that you all know about, that sailed from Havana in 1839 with 53 people who ended up taking over that ship and turning it around so that they could have liberty and freedom. My predecessor, Kyra Olich, referred to the Amistad Research Center as the Archives of Liberation. So even though when you see our logo, which is the slave ship, Most people, when they hear the word Amistad, they think about slavery. But I want to carry on what Kara Aldridge said about the Amistad being the archives of liberation. And there's no better place for us to preserve what represents freedom and liberation than in the city of New Orleans. We have 900 collections, 900 plus collections, because as I speak, my staff over on St. Charles Avenue is talking to people every day who are coming to us, whether it's with yearbooks, whether it's with manuscripts, documents, films. Every day we are processing or trying to determine how we can make this information accessible, not just to the citizens of New Orleans, but to people who visit us from all over the world. Just another example of what is represented in our collection. We have 246 boxes of documents from ACOA, which is the American Committee on Africa, which was an anti-apartheid and anti-colonial organization. They are looking to send us another 100 boxes of their financial records and documents. So this is the history of the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. We also are in the process of digitizing, thanks to a grant, the Federation of Southern Cooperatives documents, which was a land assistance fund for Black farmers in Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Netflix Europe has been through the doors of the Amistad 3 times this year, looking at the Chester Himes collection. Chester Himes was a novelist, Black novelist who wrote detective novels from the Harlem Renaissance. And they are looking to do a series in Netflix Europe using the Chester Himes collection. We at the Amistad have the copyright and licensing for all of Chester Himes' novels, which are now written in 9 different languages. I want to say, last week, I had the privilege of being in the reading room when someone came in to look at to find the 1975 St. Aug yearbook. And I wish you had a big screen here. Yes. Yes. Because in that yearbook was a yearbook photograph of Councilman Eugene Green with an afro. A big afro. A big afro. And as I looked at that yearbook, the 1975 and 1976 yearbook, that's also part of our collection, I thought about the thousands of yearbooks that were lost to Katrina.
Mm-hmm.
How many of you in this room lost your yearbook? It sends chills through me to think about the fact that the Amistad may have the only copy of a yearbook that represents your family's excellence in education. Also in that yearbook, it was pointed out to me by our accountant at the Amistad, who was also a member of the band at St. Aug. He pointed out one of the students with you, Councilman Green, who became a police chief, another one who became a fire chief, another one who served as a state representative. So you think about the history and the legacy of your classmates in your yearbooks across the districts here in New Orleans. That is a part of Louisiana's history. That is also a part of America's history. The Amistad does not just represent Black history. We represent the history of our ancestors in this world
and their struggle for freedom and liberty. We hold the records for the civil rights movement here in Louisiana. That includes the papers of Ronnie Moore, who was the State Secretary of CORE, the Congress of Racial Equality. We hold the papers of Doretha Dodie Smith, also who was a part of the civil rights movement here in New Orleans, as well as the Morial family documents. It was an honor for me to sit here in the chamber this morning and to see you recognize the icons, the titans in Black journalism. We hold the entire collection of the Louisiana Weekly dating back to 1925. And there are people who are coming from all over this state, all over this country, and all over the world to flip through the pages of the Louisiana Weekly to find out about the history of New Orleans and Louisiana. We also hold the complete collection of the Pittsburgh Courier, Louisiana. The Pittsburgh Courier was founded in 1907 as the largest Black newspaper in the country at that time. It was the internet of that time, 1907, and there is now a new Pittsburgh Courier. I had no idea before working at the Amistad that there was a Louisiana division with photographers and reporters going around the state, feeding news from Louisiana and New Orleans to the rest of the country through a network of Pullman porters who delivered those papers on trains traveling across the country. As my board president, Kim Boyle, stated, there's a misconception that the Amistad is fully supported or a part of Tulane University. Our history goes back to the AMA, the American Missionary Association, who provided the attorneys for those people, those enslaved Africans on that Amistad ship. They provided the attorneys who helped those men and women get their freedom. We are supported by the AMA today through an endowment, and we are also supported by the United Church of Christ Homeland Ministries out of Canada, which was an abolitionist group. So our support comes from hundreds of years of religious organizations who believe that the Amistad Research Center is an important facility and institution. They started off at Fisk University, then moved to Dillard University. Then from Dillard University, the collection ended up in the basement of the United States Mint on Esplanade Avenue for almost 7 years. Tulane offered the Amistad in 1987 an opportunity to move in Tilton Hall. Tilton Hall, right there on the front of St. Charles Avenue, was Tulane's first library building. It was also Tulane's first law library building. The building was built in 1901. It suffered very little damage during Hurricane Katrina, fortunately. Some people say, or some people ask me, why is the Amistad, that Black institution, over there on that part of town? I'm a little bit taken aback by that, because Black people have lived in every district of this city, from the river to the swamp. We have lived not only as free people of color, but we have lived as freed people of color. That area along Upper Line, between Upper Line and Lower Line on St. Charles Avenue, between Newcomb and Audubon Place, was one time called the Black Pearl.
There was another name my uncle told me about, and I won't say it here, but many of you know what it is.
Right.
We hold the history of the survivors of some of the worst tragedy in the world's history. I want to say to all of us in this room who are people of color, we are the descendants of the survivors. And the Amistad holds your stories, the love stories, and the tragic stories. The letters from Fannie Lou Hamer, where she tells a friend in a 2-page letter that we showed to high school students from a nearby school near Tulane just a couple of weeks ago, written in Fannie Lou Hamer's own pen on the original paper. She's telling a friend that her daughter is pregnant with her first grandchild. And Fannie Lou is traveling the country on her way to Washington to testify before Congress. She tells her friend that she won't be home for the delivery of her first grandchild. Then on the second page, she says that her husband tells her that there are 3 men who pull up in a car every night with rifles in front of her house in Ruleville, Mississippi. She says, nothing's happened yet. But she says in her final paragraph, they're killing us all over Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, and Louisiana. Continue to pray for me. This is one example of the type of documents that we hold at the Amistad. I'm here to bring you good news that as long as I will be entrusted to protect this collection, as long as I am here to work with my board of directors and the board president, Kim Boyle, as long as you here as the council persons of the districts here in the city of New Orleans will be willing to support the Amistad, Black history will not die. Black history will not be challenged. The doors of the Amistad will remain open past our 60th year anniversary, which is coming in the year 2026. I want to bring public history to public places in each one of your districts, from the airport to hospital hallways to elevators, business elevators and the back of restaurant menus. I want to tell the story of success in this city. I want to tell the stories of triumph. I want to tell the stories of the men and women who are in the military, where I had someone visit the Amistad a few weeks ago who asked me if I realized that Louisiana has had more enlisted Black men in every war than any other state. Those men and women were probably your uncles, your fathers, your aunts, your grandfathers, and great-great-grandfathers, all the way back to the War of 1812. So I'm here to say thank you for giving me this time to talk to you a little bit about what we do over on St. Charles Avenue, and to let you know we are not a part of Tulane University, but we want to thank Tulane for helping us protect this collection, and we look forward to having the city and the state help us protect this collection for the future.
Thank you, Kathy. Before we start with Councilmember Thomas and work our way down, I'm gonna channel my inner Councilmember King. I was not born when that yearbook of Councilmember Green was there, so I just want to make sure the record's very clear about that. Councilmember Thomas?
Wow, you know, first of all, it's just need a moment to gather myself from the seriousness of your commentary and what you told us, and thinking about those historical moments, but also thinking about family. Richard Bulldog English, Colonel English, noted professor and educator here and principal in this town, was my uncle. He was one of the lead.
Samuel J. Green.
And Samuel J. Green,
Taught.
Lewis, Booker T. He was one of the leaders of the Fighting Panthers, the 761st Black Tank Battalion, honored with presidential citations, documentary, Kareem Jabbar. And thinking about that, it was just a family story at one point, right? But places like Amistad, I was thinking about Dr. Kira Olich, and Doc, his family. For me, that's Bobby Crook Green and Miss Elsie's niece. So for me, she was family, and I missed her. But listening to you, I'm gonna have to tell her I don't miss her as much, right?
We miss her.
But I miss her at Amistad, but she's in Malibu.
Right. Yes.
Now, Councilman Jerusalem, thank you for bringing this forward. But I also remember Kira, Dr. Olich would encourage me to use Amistad. And so to my colleagues, there was a period in New Orleans 150 years ago that mirrored the time now. It was a period where the city was in flux. There was issues about immigration and crime. City government was questioning its ability to have enough money to provide services. Guess where I got that research? I got that research at Amistad. We tend to want to think things are new. No, there's not new. We can learn from history. And then for some people who know, I write and I perform. Producer and writer Kathy Randalls and I did a two-person production on reparations and why Black folk deserve reparations during the Tennessee Williams Festival a couple of years ago. And we had to do research to perform in front of the book festival. And in one of the lines that I recited, I had to get some historical research about how in 1930s, when there were migrant communities and Black communities that were scheduled for infrastructure, it was a period when this country was looking at taking folk from outhouses to bathrooms and giving them drain lines and water lines. And in 1930, Councilman Jerusalem, there was a council member who sat on the New Orleans Council who said those ends don't need any flooding or drainage money. And that money was diverted to create a brand new community on the lakefront. And guess where I got that research? Or when this city grew and had to expand to the 9th Ward to create a larger footprint for growth. And in 1918, somebody took a shovel and they put it in that canal. And then in 1923, they completed what is the industrial canal. Guess where we got that research? Thank you for what you do. I think what we know gives us a chance, and what we find out about what we learn gives us a chance to decide who we are. History is the only avenue to our humanity. When we rely just on what's current and just what we think is in our heart, that stops us from living for the past and in the future. It only keeps us in the moment. So God bless Amistad and God bless you. I got a new shiro.
Good morning and congratulations, and thank you for Ms. Kathy Hambrick for all that you've done to continue to promote African American history and especially the preservation of it, because we are in trying times when people in many places want to erase the history because they feel uncomfortable with the history. This is the time when there's maybe been no other time that's better to emphasize and focus on the need to preserve our history. Because in the midst of challenges, in the midst of oppression, in the midst of systematic exclusions, from society. The history of African Americans in this country is a glorious history, and it needs to be talked about more. And those instruments that were there to explain different stories need to be saved, and that is what Amistad is all about. Amistad is in great hands with Attorney Kimball as the chair of the board and you as the executive director, and I look forward to working with you to continue to promote the recognition of our history. I am so pleased when you mentioned, as we mentioned in conversation, your intent to go into the community and maybe have displays at different places. My particular district, and it's not about my district, but our district does, interestingly enough, have 6 institutions of higher education, 8 high schools, obviously a number of churches, including some very historic churches, celebrating, for example, as Asia Baptist Church did this Sunday, 100 years. The St. John Institutional Missionary Baptist Church, 125 years. Institutions that haven't gotten a lot of recognition, but have done so much over the years. And their papers, for example, their church papers may be stored one day at Amistad, and I will do what I can to share the information because I see a lot. As far as the location on Tulane is concerned, what a triumph it represents that we're on Tulane's campus at all. In 1882, the founder of Tulane University, I know things were different back then, said that that money was going to be left for the education of whites in New Orleans. It was not until 1963, 60 years ago, that the first Black students set foot on the campus of Tulane University. So you mentioned the location on Tulane's campus, but whenever anybody asks about it, use it as an example of the triumphs, how we overcame the decisions that were made in the past that were designed to exclude us, how the monies were made available, and they went out of their way to say, we won't have Black students involved at all, and yet we've accomplished greatly. I'm also a proud holder of an MBA from Tulane University, and my son has a degree in business management from Tulane University. We're part of the fabric of that university, but I am so glad that you're going to take what's at Tulane and even go out into the community. Let me know how we can help. But so pleased that you are the executive director, so pleased that you are the chair of the board. This is a great day in many respects to share with the public the talent that is out there and also the motivation that is out there. I look forward to continue to watch the growth take place. And again, welcome back to New Orleans. Welcome back to Pontchartrain Park. And I'm so pleased to have you back here and looking forward to seeing even greater developments taking place at Amistad. Thank you.
Councilman Green, just to quickly follow up on the Tulane aspect as to how much things have changed. One of your fellow St. Aug alums, Wayne Lee, is a longstanding member of the Board of Trustees at Tulane University, and I'm honored to say I'm also a member of the Board of Trustees at Tulane. So
amazing.
A lot of things have changed, but a lot of things have stayed the same.
Absolutely, absolutely. Which is why we need to continue to support Amistad and our community and our history. But look at those examples that you gave. Members of the Board of Trustees of a university that in 1882 was formed, and there was no intent to pose educational opportunities for people based on the color of their skin. What incredible accomplishment we've had over the decades, over the centuries here in our in this country, and that is why we need to continue to support. And thank you for your call the other day relative to the yearbook photo. I'm going to share with my council members, and yes, it's an interesting thing to see and so important. You used a great example. Yes, I lost my yearbook. I would not have seen the photo that you gave me from 1975, but for Amistad being available, a storehouse of important history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's wonderful to have both of you all here. Ms. Boyle, I know you well. Ms. Hambrick, welcome back. Clearly you're the absolute right person for the job. Just, hearing your passion, talking about the different collections that are available. I actually have a couple questions for you, if you don't mind. Talking about the different collections, you talked about accessibility, and I think that is so key and so important. What can we as a city council do to help Amistad to make the collections more accessible? What are your thoughts around that?
Well, Amistad is
the largest independent repository of Black history in the world. We have a staff of 9 full-time, 4 part-time, and at any given time, we'll have as many as 5 or 6 interns from all around the country, all around the city. Our biggest challenge is general operating funds. General operating funds. We have over $2 million in grants that help us process the collection and help us with digitization and conservation of the collection. But a staff of 9 and a staff of 4 part-time, with myself as the executive director and no human resource department or administrative assistant, makes it very, very difficult to sustain or have sustainability for this institution.
Wow.
If the Amistad were able to get minimally at least $250,000 as consideration, as support from the city of New Orleans, it would tremendously help us with that general operating and those expenses to keep my manuscript curator, my digitization specialist, the copyright and licensing research team paid at the level which they should be paid, which would be comparable to any of the other archives in the country. The Schomburg Research Center that is in Harlem in New York City, I always thought was the largest repository of Black history in the country or the world. But the Schomburg is part of the New York Public Library system. So their staff is paid by New York Public Library. Moreland Springard, which is at Howard University, which is also another very, very large holding of Black history in the African diaspora, is a part of Howard University. We are independent as a 501c3 here in the city of New Orleans. And it would really, really help if we could, or if the city could find a way to at least support us at that level. We did put in a proposal yesterday through GNOF, through the encouragement of Councilman Jeruso, because the Amistad is located in his district. But the work that we do and the work that we plan to do to bring public history to each one of your districts could be much more supported if we would have consideration in some way in the future, at least at a level of $250,000.
Yeah, and as you know, you mentioned a good point in GNOF and grants that are potentially available. Tell us about the work that you all do to get information about Amistad and some of the collections that are within Amistad to the children of New Orleans.
Well, it seems that there are really good teachers in New Orleans who bring high school students through our doors. You know, we're an archive, so we're seen as a very sophisticated library.
Right. And you have a reading room, right?
Yes, we have a reading room. So it's interesting to see high school students and college students. I know you're asking about younger age children, but high school students and college students who come through the Amistad to do research. One of those teachers from one of the schools near Tulane was teaching 12th graders how to use primary source documents. Now, in this age of AI, in this age of social media and technology, how many teachers are actually in high school are doing, taking that extra step to say, the Amistad Research Center is just a few blocks away from our high school. We're gonna walk over there and spend the day there. And those students had an opportunity to see that letter by Fannie Lou Hamer.
Wow.
What I would like to do as our resources for general operating are better sustained is to make sure that we're reaching out to more teachers and providing more access for students, at least at the middle school age.
And I would like to supplement what Kathy said, Councilwoman. We have had programs such as Amistad on the Go, where Amistad has actually gone into the public school system and provided information, history about who we are, et cetera. We believe that our Conversations in Color series, which is really one of our most sustaining series, our most recent one, was on August 28th when we were at Dillard University. Councilman Green, we're in your district, at Dillard University, where Mr. Moore and Ms. Smith were actually interviewed by Kathy Hambrick, and we showed a film which was startling, talking about the efforts to register Black voters in what, Plaquemines Parish?
In Iberville Parish.
Iberville
Plaquemine,
Parish.
Louisiana.
Absolutely, and we've done Conversations in Color at different venues throughout the city of New Orleans to make sure that we are presenting that history. So we've had Dr. William Barber, who's basically taken over Dr. King's Poor People's Movement, come and speak during Conversations of Color. We've had Charles Blow come speak. We had Nicole Hannah-Jones come speak. So bottom line is we are trying our best to bring the resources of the Amistad Center out into the community, but consistent with Kathy's statement, we are limited in the resources that we have. We had a staff, our staff people of 9 basically do the work of 45.
Right.
So one of the things we really need to do is obviously increase the resources so we continue to put what our history is out into the community, such that all of our students from the age of 3 on can know who we are and what our community is about, and bluntly what our history is about, because there is a deliberate attempt to erase the history, because it is dark, it is unhappy, it is terrible, but we need to know what our history is so that it is not repeated.
Thank you.
And also, this is the 50th anniversary of hip hop. And we have the country's only hip hop bounce archives.
Oh.
So, you know, you talk about one of my challenges is how do we make history hip?
Right.
You know, maybe it's making history hip through hip hop. I don't know.
Yeah.
We have to be creative and exciting first graders. You know, I don't know how many of you have first and second and third graders at home, whether they're your children or your grandchildren, but how do we make history exciting?
Right.
How can we create maybe games instead of games that are violent? Maybe there are games that could be created where you explore history. We also have the world's largest collection on Black theater in America, the world's largest collection on Black opera. So we just need to find ways and work together, and I'm interested in hearing from you. How do we get children to tell us what they want to know about history? How do we make it exciting for our children and our grandchildren? And how will they learn to be the future curators and digitization specialists in the future?
Well, Ms. Hambrick, you know, right on cue, the third grade class from Homer Plessy just arrived at council chambers. So welcome to the city council. They are here on a field trip to City Hall, and I believe that they've met with the mayor, and now they're going to be watching part of our council meeting. Thank you all for answering those questions.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Ms. Hambrick and Ms. Kim Boyle. Thank you for the presentation. Now, I thought I knew a good bit about the Amistad Research Center, but I learned a whole lot more. And I will make it my business to attend more often and bring my family so they can see the history of our people that we really don't know, that really kind of fading away. So thank you for all that you do, and hopefully that you can connect with not only the kids here from Homer Plessy, but we have Dr. Avis Williams, the school board superintendent in the building, and maybe I can build a connection to have our kids from all over the city, no matter what grade level, come and explore and learn more about not just their history, but like you said, American history. So I appreciate the time, appreciate the efforts, and I will be over there with my family to visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Well, I wanted to say thank you too, and maybe reiterate a point or two, which is one of my first jobs was across the street at the Notarial Archives. And I remember pulling the books, and of course you have primarily property transfers. And some of the property transfers that public still had access to in the late nineties were slave records. And it's one thing to be in a history class and you're taught and you know your nation's history and you know, as Kim has said, the dark, ugly side of it. But it's another thing to see a piece of paper that transfers one human being as chattel, as property to another human being. You know, Kim, I know it's not the same thing, but the similarity is there. At the end of World War II, what was the first thing the Nazis started doing? They started burning documents, monuments, relics. And why did they do that? Because oral history can be lost. But the things that live on paper are what people have been committed to. And so when you hear there's 900 collections and the collections run a gamut from our city's leadership to the Morial collection being there. You know, we had Juvenile here last week, or last council meeting, and having hip hop. How do we get kids involved? I'm so glad that you all made an application to the council fund because we understand how important this work is. Kathy, we are so happy that you are the new executive director. Councilmember Green presented you with a proclamation a couple of weeks ago. We will come take a picture. And of course, for leadership like Kim's as board chair, to make sure that people know their past and that we understand our history because we don't want to repeat the same mistakes. And then how do we learn as a result of that? And learning now is going to just take different forms. I think it's going to take, whether it's a placard, whether it's social media, whether it's learning, how do you put it into the hands of kids on smart boards and type of schools? It's a completely different game. And the fact that you're thinking about how to integrate and make it as part of our fabric, I think is so incredibly important. We thank you all so much for your work and for being here today.
And Councilman Jeruso, we would like to thank you. I mean, we'd like to thank all the members of the council because you have all partnered and supported us. But Councilman Jeruso, you know, we've been friends a long time and really, really appreciate everything you've done to try to put Amistad at the forefront, including setting this up for our presentation this morning. So thank you very much. And thank you to all for allowing us to come and present today. And we will be back. We will look for another invitation to be back and tell you what our progress is, because we have some very exciting things going on under Kathy's leadership. So we look forward to coming back over the next few months and letting you know what's developing over at the Amistad. And we expect to see each and every one of you there such that you can see it firsthand with your own eyes. So thank you.
We look forward to seeing you again. We'll come down and take some pictures.
Okay,
Thank you.
And I want to say in closing, the theme for 2024 is Truth Be Told from the stacks of the Amistad. So look for us to come to your districts where the truth will be told.
Sorry. Thank you, Amber. Nice to see you.
Joe,
Joe.
Yeah.
To the students at home of Plessy, Councilmember Morrell office has some pencils and notepads for you before you leave. And thank you for coming. Hope you learned something.
The third order of business is a presentation, Michael Williamson, CEO, Melissa Meza, LMSW of United Way of Southeast Louisiana, and Dr. Rochelle Head Dunham, MD, DFA, PA, FASAM, Mental Health Collaborative Co-Chair, discussing the progress of Mental Health Collaborative.
All right, good morning, council. It's a little strange to be on this side of the dais, but I wanted to do this because of how important it is to us. I think the thing I'm the most proud of right now, in addition to the work this group has done, are the group that I'm sitting with. All of these people are professionals in their field, but more than just being professionals, they are dedicating their time and resources to try and work on bringing continuity of health, mental health, to the residents of New Orleans. So it's my honor to introduce everybody sitting next to me. I'm gonna go, I think, not in order of the slide, but who I see next to me instead. Ron McLean, who is with the Institute of Mental Hygiene. Of course, Councilmember King already referenced Dr. Avis Williams, who is the superintendent of New Orleans Public Schools. Dr. Darvell Hutchins with the New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans. I think everybody here is familiar with Dr. Avegno, New Orleans Health Department. There's Melissa Meza with United Way, and then Brittany Howard. Brittany's here with Metropolitan Human Services District. Dr. Dunham could not be here today because she was called away unexpectedly to Baton Rouge. And what's interesting is that Brittany is an actual trainer of the mental health first aid trainings, and she'll be joining us to speak about the Resolve grant. What we'll do is kind of go through the slides based on everybody's subject matter expertise, and then I will bow out a little bit later so we can get New Schools New Orleans up here to talk about some of their work that is adjacent and collateral to what we're doing. So, Mr. McLean?
All right, well, good afternoon or good morning, council. So I want to start off with the vision for the Mental Health Collaborative. It's that New Orleanians have equitable access to a robust, well-coordinated mental health system of high quality care. And that's what we're all about. That is the vision. And so we've decided that the way that we will do, and we have done our planning, is using a collective impact model, which is a planning model that's used for complex social and systemic problems that leads you to a response to those problems. And so the collective impact model has 5 major components, a common agenda. It starts with a common agenda. And so this means that coming together to collectively define and create a shared vision to solve it. And so the vision I just mentioned is that we've come together, we've had a facilitated strategic planning process and have come up with this vision to ensure that there's equitable access to mental health care, robust, high quality mental health care. This collective impact model also has shared measurements. That means that tracking process in the same way. This allows continuous learning and accountability. It fosters mutually reinforcing activities. This means integrating the participants' many different activities to maximize the end result. It encourages continuous communication. That means trust and strengthening relationships, and it has a strong backbone. That means having a team dedicated to aligning and coordinating the work of the group. And I'm really happy to report that the United Way of Southeast Louisiana has served as the backbone, the administrative services organization that keeps us all together. I'm also, full disclosure, I'm vice chair of the board of trustees for United Way of Southeast Louisiana and also the Public Policy Committee chair. And we're really happy and pleased to be a part of this effort that will respond to the mental health crisis that we all know exists. And so, just some timelines. The initial presentation about the Mental Health Collaborative occurred at a council meeting in September of 2022. The Mental Health Collaborative was created and the mental health co-chairs were secured. And I'm pleased to report and to remind you that our co-chairs are Dr. Rochelle Head Dunham of the Metropolitan Human Service District and my friend and your colleague, Councilman Joe Giarrusso, co-chair of the Mental Health Collaborative. In October of 2022, we had our first membership meeting and we submitted an application to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration of the federal government. And this is under the Resolve grant. And Resolve stands for Resilient, Equitable Systems of Overcoming Loss and Violence Everywhere. This is a grant that was a part of the federal government's effort to respond to the community violence experience in many of our cities. In November of 2022, the steering committee recruitment began. And I'm really happy to report that we've recruited and engaged a number of important stakeholders as steering committee members. There's Dr. Avis Williams from the New Orleans Public Schools District, Ms. Lisa Gendry from Ochsner Health, Dr. Darvell Hutchins, who's up here and as a part of this report from the New Orleans Saints and Pelicans. Mr. Michael Williamson, of course, the CEO of the United Way of Southeast Louisiana. Dr. Denise Shervington of IWEST, the Institute of Women and Ethnic Studies, is a member of our steering committee, as is Dr. Torrin T. Sanders of the Sixth Baptist Church and Southern University at New Orleans School of Social Work. We also have Ms. Myra Panada from the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and Ms. Kristen Mallow of the Beacon Behavioral Health, along with Dr. Mayo Mint from Tulane and Crescent Care, and a number of other people. But I just wanted to mention a few of those folks that I'm sure you might be aware of, who are important stakeholders who serve on the steering committee of the Mental Health Collaborative. We were pleased to find out in December of 2022 that we did receive a grant from SAMHSA for $1.9 million to implement the Resolve or the Recast grant. You'll hear a lot more about that from others on this stage. Our first meeting of the steering committee was in January of 2023. In February, the steering committee identified focused areas. In March of 2023, the first SAMHSA Resolve grant partner meeting occurred. And you'll hear more about the partners in other presentations. In April of 2023, there was a presentation to the City Council. And in May, the Mental Health and Behavioral Health Collaborative Coordination discussion. So obviously, when we talk about mental health, we're talking about behavioral health and substance use disorders. All of this is a part of what we need to address in the city and how this collaborative hopes to respond. In June of 2023, contracts completed for Resolve grant partners, and you'll hear more about the partners again. And also you'll hear a little bit about what the Resolve grant partners are doing in schools and beyond to support our response to the mental health crisis. In July of 2023, there was a project director was engaged. In April, the Mental Health Collaborative Strategic Planning Process, and this was a facilitated strategic planning process, and we were hosted by Dr. Ford, who's a member of the steering committee at Dillard University. We also confirmed our vision statement, which you've seen. And just last month, a comprehensive community needs assessment was created, and you'll hear more about that a little bit later on. Dr. Vigno.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me up here. I'll just go through this really briefly. I think it's important when you are trying to facilitate deep systems change, lasting systems change, and you have such a diverse group of folks that are working at a high level on it, you have to really have a shared understanding and make sure that we're all talking about the same things in the same way. And so the first undertaking of the collaborative was really to set some definitions, to set the vision and mission, and then to figure out what is the problem and can we all agree on what the problems are. And so we did a deep dive and came up with not only some understandings of the problem, but also where we need to go and what our focus should be. And it's based on a needs assessment that I'll talk about in a second. But access to care and capacity building are really where we think we can make the most difference. Next slide. We're very fortunate that we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. There is a lot of work that's been done to state what our challenges are. So we were able to look from a variety of sources, including a community health needs assessment that all the hospitals do, the health department's own community health improvement plan, the New Orleans Youth Alliance dashboard, Crescent Care did a behavioral health assessment, and Center for Compassionate Schools and IWES did some really great work in this. So we didn't have to spend a whole lot of time figuring out what the problem was, but we were able to get some real understanding. Access to care is a challenge. We are light years ahead of our neighbors because we have expanded Medicaid, and that has been tremendous for this state. We cannot understate that, and it must be preserved at all costs. But simply having Medicaid does not mean full access. And what we learned from looking at the assessments, many of us already knew it, is that if reimbursement rates are low, you're not going to have enough providers who accept Medicaid. Therefore, a barrier is created. And it's very confusing for our Medicaid clients to know which facilities do and which don't, and what is the capacity to serve. We also learned from looking at needs assessments that in many ways as a community in terms of health, we actually have a lot of things in our favor. We have a lot of really great assets. What we score very low on consistently is social needs. And whether that's our economic stability of our individuals, certainly the United Way's done a lot of work about that, whether it's the physical environment, whether it's environmental factors. This is often what holds people back. It creates mental health problems, and it makes it much more difficult to solve them. And then the health-related impacts of things like repetitive community violence cannot be understated, and the need for better awareness, understanding, and elevating health literacy so that every individual understands what they need to do and has the tools to do it in an equitable way. So in a very, very broad sense, this is our starting point. This is where we're working. Not sure if I'm the next slide or not. Next slide. Yep.
Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me okay? All right, wonderful, thank you. So I have the privilege to speak to the SAMHSA grant that Mr. McLean mentioned earlier, and that is the grant that we received from the federal government in the form of $1.9 million to provide specifically 3 areas. One is to increase capacity and providing trauma-informed care for adults who interact with youth who are either in trauma or who have recently experienced trauma. So making sure that in our schools, in our community settings, and faith communities, that when these kiddos go to those places, they feel safe and they feel welcomed. And it's all because the adults in those facilities have been trained with the mental health first aid training. We also have a second approach, which is to increase the number of clinical hours of trauma care or trauma counseling that actually takes place in schools. And then we have a third component, which is around youth specifically. So engaging and empowering youth leaders and training them on what it is to notice in oneself as well as their friends how to best support when their friends, their colleagues, their peers are going through trauma, and how to help them. As well as incorporate a peer support group that's specifically for youth, led by youth, supported by youth, and obviously they're encouraged, and it's all based on an evidence-based model, which has proven to do very well. And I would like to invite Brittany to speak to the successes that we've seen with the recast or the Resolve grant. As indicated, service delivery started in the middle of August, but because a lot of the services are within the school year, we waited until the August-September timeframe. So we're very excited to report on the results that we have to date.
Good morning, everyone. So as a mental health first aid trainer, I have the honor and privilege of meeting our community members. And really today, I just want to share the impact that these trainings have on those that you serve, those that we serve at Metropolitan, and I'm sure my colleagues here, those that they serve. So the information that's shared during the training is really just educating individuals on recovery and resilience, and really just sharing strategies on how to approach different situations. We go through scenarios. The training is extremely interactive. So we're not just bogging you down with a whole bunch of information, but we're actually hearing from those that we're training. And the result of that is individuals feel a sense of empowerment once they finish the training. And what we've been seeing is immediately afterwards, I want to say this again, immediately afterwards, they're reaching out to us saying, hey, I have this family member. I know this person that needs help. How can I get them connected? There's power in that. And so that's why these trainings that we're doing in the community, we have to meet people where they are. We can't expect people to always come to us. We need to go out, train them, equip them, give them tools in their toolbox that will help them in situations that they might come up against. And so we just recently did a training on November the 4th, and it was with college students. And just the information that they were sharing with us of what they're experiencing on their campuses and what they're going through. It, as an advocate, receiving that information in real time so we can know how to proceed with making policy changes and, better serving our community. It's not just a benefit for them, it's a benefit for us as well, because we're able to find out that information in real time of what they're experiencing in the community. We're not only just training youth, but we're training adults that older individuals. I think we forget about our older population. We did a fairly large training with I think they were 65 and up. I think the highest age in that class she was 90 years old. So you think that they don't need the support, but they do too. And, they will come up to us, and I love our older folks. I'm a grandma's girl. So I love our older folks because they come up to you and they say, baby, thank you so much. I didn't know what I was going through. I didn't know what my family was going through, but now I have the tools that I need to support my family and my friends, and I want to do more. I want you guys to train such and such group. That's what's happening after we're doing these trainings. There's so much power. And the last thing that I want to say is that the material that's being discussed, it's not complex. So it doesn't matter what walk of life you're in, you can receive and utilize this information. So I really today just wanted to share the power of this training and how it is giving our communities the confidence that they need to identify the issues that are in our area. So that's all I have. Thank you.
And I would like to also mention that we are very excited because not only will United Way's staff and the Prosperity Center staff be trained in mental health first aid, but also through the work and support of our steering committee member, Dr. Min at Tulane, all of the fellows and residents that are coming out of Tulane School of Medicine will also be trained in mental health first aid, as well as City Year New Orleans. So not only the core members, but also the staff. And City Year New Orleans, if you're not familiar, but they are actually working in schools and working with the youth community. And it's giving them opportunities to provide additional support to that classroom environment, but also to that school environment as well, to create a very warm and safe space. So thank you.
And I want to just really piggyback on what Brittany said. She said it best. We want to meet our families where they are. And when we think about this, school-based solutions are necessary. And we're really excited and grateful for the $10 million contribution through ARPA to fund 3 years of support for Thrive Kids. And this is a partnership with NOLA Public Schools as well as Children's Hospital. And one of the best things about this is that it's campus specific because each school has its own unique personality and needs. And so we're able to ensure that we've got specific teams at each school that includes the mental health professionals, as well as case managers to provide direct services. And we're doing this for 10 of our 20 highest risk schools. And so we did do a poverty index just to get a better idea of where our needs are greatest. And these district-wide resources will be available for all schools. And so in the event that there's something that happens within our community, like the very unfortunate event that occurred when the children were killed in the house fire, Thrive Kids was an important tool and resource for the school that was impacted by that tragedy. But this also gives us the opportunity to provide specialists as well as virtual psychotherapy and centralized care management teams that collaborate with other community partners. And this helps us to make sure that we're addressing not only truancy, but also reentry supports when there's been a crisis or when there's been violence, and also the disruption and development of crisis escalation within our schools, and training for each of these supports for our teachers, as well as our school-based staff, such as school counselors and clinicians, as well as social workers. This is a 3-year timeline, and this provides us a foundation so that we can really provide robust services right now. And in the meantime, we're working to develop systems so that we can obtain Medicaid reimbursement so that the funding will not sunset. And so we also are looking at recruiting more social workers so that we're able to expand this programming to more schools. And so also with Thrive Kids, this is an intensive service that we're providing. And again, to a good number of our scholars and schools. In the first 2 months, we were able to serve 131 students with nearly 400 visits. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a whole lot more than we were able to do prior to this partnership. And it's been impactful. As I talk to school staff, they are very appreciative and the difference that this makes, not only for individual scholars, but what happens within our classrooms of the schools that are receiving these services. We're providing resources and referral services to all of our NOLA public schools. 400 students were served and about 182 referrals have been made to primary care and specialists. And this is another great benefit of this programming. It's not just the school-based mental health, but it's the wraparound services so that other family members can be supported. So in the event that dad may have high blood pressure and sister may need some glasses, we're making sure that we're removing barriers and providing access so that all of those primary care and needs that require specialists are also being met. And so as we move forward, we're going to continue to problem solve and also review various data points within our Thrive Kids partnership so that we can strengthen the program and also consider how we will move forward and expand the programming in the coming years.
So you've heard a little bit about the work in schools, the mental health first aid, which is really broad. It does have a school focus, but it is focused beyond that for businesses, corporations, nonprofits. So trying to get at that broad reach. as we go to tackle the access problem, that's a huge monster to get your arms around. So what we're trying to do is break it down into manageable pieces. And there are some pieces that are within the purview of a city to tackle. Then there are some that we will need state help. And then there are some where we're really going to need some federal policy change. So just breaking those down is really important. What we can do, starting from left to right, is simply provide more awareness and education about what is out there. We know that in the Medicaid unwind that's been going on for the last several months, there's been a lot of education about how not to lose your Medicaid benefits, but it does not reach everyone. And we've got to double down and continue that until everyone who is eligible for Medicaid has those services. So we are committed to looking for ways just for our Orleans Parish residents to make sure that no one is falling through the cracks. You've heard a lot about how we are improving child and family services at school. We're going to continue to do that. What you're going to hear next from NSNO is just another piece of that, of allowing schools to have the capacity to bill Medicaid directly will vastly improve their ability to deliver services. We're going to talk a little bit about behavioral health deserts and how do we get not only physical locations and more providers there, but making folks aware of where there are services and getting them simply to the services. Part of that is telehealth. Again, there's been some federal movement on that. We need to expand that. And then really working at the state level with our MCOs to make sure that they are funding and supporting as much as is in their contracts to the highest level that would support increased behavioral health access so that no one needs to wonder where to go or how to get care.
If you really are listening to what we're saying, there's a theme that's emerging, which is you need three things for these services to be effective. You have to have public resources. People have to know about them and they have to be communicated to the public, and they have to have access to them. All three legs of the stool are needed for this to exist. Right now, and you'll hear from NSNO in a moment, one of the issues in our public schools is that there's Medicaid money available, but there is a challenge to access it because of the paperwork, because of the staff needed, because people just don't know how to navigate the system. We are leaving money on the table for our kids that our federal partners, like our good friend, Congressman Carter, have provided for us because people don't know about it. So as Dr. Avegno just said, that access to care, that communication is so incredibly important because people potentially can be enrolled for services, but they don't know about it. On this next slide, and Councilmember Thomas, I knew you would take notes and pay attention to the part when she said desert.
I've been right.
That's right. These next two slides really struck us when we met as a group just a couple of weeks ago. This was provided to us by people who do insurance work, and they show where people in the city who are on Medicaid, where they live, and where they have more access to Medicaid, where people need less access to Medicaid. That to me is less interesting than this next slide, which shows that the people who have the greatest amount of need are frequently further away from the places that need the resources. So we talk all the time in here about how do we make things holistic? How do we make them comprehensive? How do we make them robust? Well, we've said this before, we've got to meet people where they are. We've got to provide transportation to people to be able to meet the needs that they have in the places where they are. And it's fantastic to see this cluster of activity and resources that are provided in one part of the city, but you can see these three squares that show where there are provider deserts. And we need as a group to make sure that we are constantly talking about how we provide services to people, how we provide access, and obviously working with our partners like Dr. Williams at schools are an inevitable point to be able to provide, as you just mentioned, not only those basic mental health services, but also if people need a blood pressure check, if people need to get your glasses. So having those resources, whether at schools, whether they're at our congregations, whether they're at established behavioral health communities in neighborhoods is so incredibly important. We're starting to see that right now. This is the next slide, was a presentation that Agenda for Children made during our budget presentations. Look again kind of at where they are scattering the sites
for the early learning space. If you kind of remember the slide before and you look at this slide, you are starting to see the migration of where these centers are needed based on population demand and based on need. And I know a lot of times, and I think all of us as district council members want to fight so incredibly for resources that are needed in our respective districts. But I think it's also incredibly important to remember, I think all of us try to champion ensuring that the needs of everybody in the city are met collectively. And this is a model for doing that.
And just one more way that we are working collectively and addressing things from really a system level is on substance use disorder, because that is it's not everybody's mental health issue, but it is a large part of our mental health crisis here in the city. You know, like every parish in Louisiana, we received opioid settlement funds that will be recurrent for 18 years. So is a really good it's a really good funding stream. There are very specific guidelines as to what this funding should be used. And I do hope that our fellow parishes are sticking to those guidelines. Certainly we will in the city of New Orleans. It's a good amount of money. It's not enough money to solve the problem. So again, the first thing we are doing with our providers, with people with lived experience, with those who live and breathe this work, is coming up with a shared communal strategic plan for the best way to deploy these resources. We want every dollar spent to have the maximum impact. So whether that's physical places, whether that is access issues, it's all the same core issues we're talking about need to be addressed with these funds. That work is undergoing now. We're able to have use of the funds in the last few months. And so that should come out in the beginning of the year. It will be brought to this committee. We'll talk about it. We will come and present it to you so that everybody knows exactly how this money is going to be spent.
So as you heard from many of my counterparts, you know, we are constantly focused on the community impact model and how do we continue to reach those communities who demonstrate a need for mental health support. We believe that we can do this by looking at some non-traditional partnership opportunities. One of those partnership opportunities that we talked about was the SAMHSA, the reform grant, and the ability to lean into those who've been engaged and educated on how do we address and meet the needs of those who experience mental health challenges. We believe that looking at our sports teams, you know, as a member of the New Orleans Saints and Pelicans, we know that sports is a unifier. So it's also a way that we can engage and convene the organization and the community around issues of mental health. And so looking at some possible in-game and out-game activations. We also want to look into spiritual and religious organizations. We know that historically there's been a lot of stigma, particularly within the Black community around mental health. And so we believe that we have a responsibility to maybe pull those communities in as allies and as advocates of this work and educating on what this work looks like and why there is such a need to be able to reach that community in particular. In addition to that, looking at local HBCUs as opportunities to be able to foster some of these conversations, our Divine Nine organizations who are very service oriented in some of our local schools to really advance this work. In addition to that, we are very much interested in how do we engage local organizational ERG groups, our employee resource groups, and being able to foster some conversation around this in the corporate space, but then also looking at our local Chamber of Commerce, right, who has a lot of relationships with businesses in the area. And so we believe that by leaning into these communities, that they can certainly help us to advance our effort in providing that education. Some of the ways that we'll look to measure this work is through looking at our social media views, looking at the attendance rate, right? And so we believe that there's also an opportunity to maybe have some campaigning around Instagram and some of our TikTok. These are social media sites that a lot of our young folks are really turning to be informed about a lot about what's happening socially. And so we believe that by leaning into and having some campaigning in the social space, that we can draw their attention. We're also looking to do some qualitative and quantitative assessments, right? Surveys to really get an understanding in terms of how this work that we're doing really is positively impacting our community. In addition to that, we believe that there's certainly an opportunity to foster or to put together a public relations campaign, right, around the work that we're doing. And one of the things that I like to look at is really the transformative justice model. And so that really is educating our community about the significance of this need, but also offering an opportunity for some self-reflection. How am I impacted by, my mental health concerns or mental issues? And then offer some spaces where we can allow people to engage in some dialogue, whether that be with their family members, with some trauma-informed specialists, or others, to really talk about and normalize conversation around mental health. And then also to provide some resources and some action behind it, right? And so one of the ways that we're looking to do that is through the implementation of a dashboard where folks will be able to go and see some of their most recent data as it relates to mental health within New Orleans and Louisiana at large, but then also to be able to lean into some resources, understand the number of beds that are available currently and ways in which they can receive some additional support. So a really large piece of this is really the education, but also leaning into those communities and organizations who have the voice of our community members. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you to the City Council for allowing me to share some time this morning. And certainly thank you to the collaborative for all of the work you guys are doing around mental health, particularly as it relates to our young people. As you heard from members of the collaborative, our students have a range of needs that for them to thrive both inside and outside of the classroom. Those needs, including their mental health. Those needs are not only necessary to be met, but they are expensive to be met. Because of rule changes to Medicaid and the way the program is administered, the good news is many more school-based services are eligible for reimbursement, but many of our schools don't yet have the capacity to make the most of that funding. So we wanted to figure out how we could step up to help them. So I'm joining you today to really share what we think are some of the headlines from what we found. And of course, this was made available with your support and certainly spearheaded by Councilman Giarrusso. And we worked in partnership with the City Health Department and Dr. Vegno, certainly Dr. Williams and her team at NOLA Public Schools, including Dr. Jordan and Olin Parker from the school board to launch a landscape analysis this past summer. We talked with our schools to learn how they were currently accessing Medicaid funding. We connected with the Louisiana Department of Health and other experts to get a picture of a typical year of service billing from schools across the city. Now, some schools were using Medicaid funding to their advantage, but many face a number of challenges to make the most use of that funding. It often comes down, quite frankly, to capacity. Schools are balancing meeting multiple needs, and the Medicaid program requires, as was said earlier, intensive, complex documentation and administration. That's just to put it mildly. Our analysis is grounded in data from the 2021-22 billing cycle, which is the most recent complete year of data. And we used available information to build a citywide picture of what we think the potential for Medicaid reimbursements to schools in New Orleans. And from our conversations with schools, we identified themes for how those resources and support may be beneficial in the future. If we could help, it could help them access funding to meet those needs that I talked about. The headline here, the big headline here is we found that we believe that there are an additional $6.5 million that we may be able to help schools access across the city. That's that money on the table that Councilman Giarrusso referred to. Our estimate is based on this 21-22 data suggests that schools are bringing in an average currently of about $4 million in Medicaid reimbursement. The way those dollars get to them, though, is rather complex, but we tried to get an understanding of what we think our potential average annual picture is, and that led us to this $6.5 million figure. That's in and above the $4 million. So we think there's a total services amount could be north of $10 million. But schools need help, of course, to access this. They need, namely, consistent technical assistance to help them build Medicaid properly for the services. As I mentioned, the way those dollars get to schools is complex, but within our grasp, if schools get the right support. To be able to do it, they'll need multiple team members, dedicated, trained, coordinated strictly to Medicaid building. We know in schools that's often not the case. They'll also need special billing systems. And this is in addition to some schools currently work with groups of consultants that help directly bill Medicaid, but often that knowledge isn't embedded within the school. So from the day of services provided to a student to when the school might get financial reimbursement, sometimes is more than a year. So looking across the city, we saw opportunities to help schools. Some schools get better faster at Medicaid billing. This might include, some full-time employees, some FTEs to help walk alongside schools for maybe a 2-year window so they can build those systems, build that understanding. We also can leverage the existing expertise and experience already in some of our schools to help other schools build the capacity that they need. So now we have a picture of what the opportunity is. I want to sort of turn to how we think we can continue to collaborate on some solutions. First, I think it'd be helpful for us to continue to find connections across the services our students need and the way in which we bring those resources together. So there are philanthropic resources here in the city that are supporting schools and supporting needs. And then there's the public money. We need to do a much better job of how we braid those resources. Second, we see opportunities again to help schools overcome the complexity of the Medicaid billing program itself. Dedicated technical assistance and collaboration will be needed to unlock that additional $6.5 million. Our estimate is looking at the technical assistance that some school organizations might need and FTEs, it might be upwards of $500,000 per year, maybe over the next 2 to 3 years, that allows these systems to be built, stand up, and then schools can fully access the money on a regular basis. And lastly, we could use help in advocacy. As I said earlier, it takes more than a year to get reimbursed, for schools to get reimbursed for services from the Department of Health. And we believe the Department of Health probably takes too much in administrative fee off the top. So this community coming together in some advocacy of how we can solve for those things, I think would be vitally helpful. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Williams to.
And I think the bottom line is healthier students really do mean a healthier and safer city. And, as you've listened to this presentation, one of the resounding themes has been that for our children and families that are the furthest away from opportunity, they're likely the most impacted by this. And it's the same as it relates to this issue of Medicaid billing. So it's important that we do all that we can to ensure that this is a more seamless, streamlined process for our schools. Because when we think about school funding, our schools could be using the funding that they're missing out on to do more literacy instruction, STEM education, and to pour into staffing needs that each school may have. Our students are better able to learn and grow and build great futures when their mental health is taken care of. And the bottom line is our babies cannot learn if they're not well. And this mental health challenge that we know is being faced in our community is absolutely a barrier to their success. And it's something that we as adults and as leaders really need to lean in hard and making sure that we're looking at every avenue, putting everything on the table as it relates to solutions to resolve this. I often tell our young people that the problems that we have in our community and within our world, they're not theirs to solve. That's what we're here for. And so I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of our young people and to advocate for our young people, and certainly look forward to the continued partnership with City Council, Thrive Kids, Children's Hospital, NSNO, and our many, many, many other partners in this work.
I would add one more piece that we know teachers are doing a phenomenal job across our city, but when these untreated issues force their way into the classroom, it makes the job of teaching that much more difficult. It makes the profession that much less sustainable. And we know teachers aren't there to be nurses, but often step up to be that. And so these resources, we think, will go a long way to not only getting kids the services that they need so they can be their full whole selves and fully thrive in the classroom, but that's so our educators can do the same. So thank you.
Well, I want to thank you. And we're going to go down the dais and I'll wrap us all up. We really appreciate all of your time today. Councilmember Thomas. Yeah, I know, I know.
A good thing.
First of all, thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. I think, Superintendent Williams said it, is that if we want to get a hold on some of the dysfunction of social ills in this community, our state of mind, how we think, how kids think, how we work together, don't work together, but most of how we work together, will set a psychological and a behavioral tone for what the possibilities are. I actually think that you, with this effort, using your own life experiences on something that could potentially be transformational, especially in a city where dysfunction, violence, and neglect is usually what our news leads off with. Dysfunction, violence, and neglect, and natural disasters are usually what we survive here. And so I'm going to go through my notes really quick, but I'm also proud to be part of a segment called Mentally Speaking. That now that mental health is trending, 10 years ago, we started a segment on WBOK to deal with mental health, where people like Ron and others participated in, because the Black social workers in New Orleans called for a trauma center 10 plus years ago. So here we are finally, and I want to mention his name, the late Carl Segura,
Oh, yes.
noted sociologist and behavior specialist, who 10 plus years ago had wished and prayed that we would be here right now. And Joe, I wish he was here to see that you had brought us here right now, when the New Orleans Black social workers, led by Dr. McLean and people like Carl and them, said, if New Orleans had a trauma center that understood the culture and what people have to survive here, we would not only suppress our violence, you would create areas and acts of nonviolence, where nonviolence would be the option, not violence. The other thing that was said was the young doctor, what's your name?
Dr. Hutchins. Dr.
Hutchinson talked about non-traditional partnerships that have to be created now. Well, in listening to Carl, Victor Sims, Dr. Shervington, Tammy Lewis Wilborn, Brian Turner, Arnold James,
right,
many of your colleagues, if you understand the history of mental health, they talk about those traditional means that don't exist anymore. The family, the church. And so for me, I would hope that this effort doesn't neglect those two traditional institutions. Because why? I grew up in the Lower Ninth Ward. I was on top of my house for Hurricane Betsy. I lived in the shelter after we lost everything. Then we moved in with my aunt, who had 11 children. And my sister wanted to move back to the shelter because she thought they had more rooms than my Auntie Nola's house. My brother saw his first dead body in the second grade. They walked by that lady, Dr. Avegno, on the side of the St. Claude Bridge for 2 days. I'm sure someone had reported it, but it was never removed. We saw our best friend shot in front of our house 3 times. But guess where the mental health and the behavioral health came from? Came from the family. So I hope we're not neglecting and bypassing that the first line of defense, especially when you talk about disparaged communities, was that you had someone in the household. How was your day? Tell me how it felt to see that body. Why are you afraid to go outside? What does this mean to you? So I hope that there's an effort, and I do think that the foundation of American civilization is our family, though it's not trending today. And that if we can get back to families, we don't have to worry about so much the billions of dollars or resources to fix problems that don't happen in the front end, but those conversations would have happened. And how can I say that? The late Amos Wilson, Dr. McLean, Neely Fuller Jr., some of the most noted minds that you had to study talked about reestablishing a code of conduct. But They also talked about the impact that white supremacy and systems had on that code of conduct that happens in disparaged communities. And so I don't want to, but these notes, it was really prominent, and I just think that we're dealing with a solution here, Councilmember Giarrusso, where we would need less money for police, less money for dealing with conflict, and if we would put more money into resourcing the education and how families talk to each other. I sat with a kid that we picked up from a shooting last year where someone was killed. When family asked me to come get him, to bring him where he needed to go, the discussion in that family was that no one knew what to say. The only thing they knew was that he had to go to prison. In our families some time ago, there would have been a conversation about how that happened, why that happened, and why it shouldn't have happened. So I would hope that we could get back to talking about the importance of not just the Black family, but all families in disparaged communities and why they're important. Councilmember Giarrusso, thank you so much, man. And God bless you, because if folk don't know your story, to bring your story to life and to want to help other people I think is what God wants from each of us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
I thank you all too for your presentation today. I do want to point out and recognize my colleague, Councilman Joe Giarrusso, today on the steps of City Hall. He was sharing information on the numbers that you can contact, the email addresses that you can use, the text numbers that you can use if you are in a period of trauma or need emotional support. And it was symbolic of, I think, our city council and the fact that we have, when asked, especially by Dr. Vegno, we provided resources and whatever support that we can, and that those resources are making a difference. It was good to see 131 children served by Thrive Kids already in just a couple of months. We know that that is a program that can have a tremendous impact on our children, not only on their ability to do well in school, but also their ability to do well outside of school in their homes and also, quote unquote, on our streets. But I'm just so pleased that in the time that I've been in office, I've learned so much more, but I've learned also that we are able now, and it's happening every day, that we're enhancing our ability to talk about the situations. It used to be taboo in the community to even talk about mental health. We don't use that word anymore, but it was so easy to use the word crazy, leave him alone, don't say anything to him, etc. Cuckoo, all those kind of terrible expressions that were used, but in some respects, they were accepted. I mean, we come from a society where if you acted a little bit wrong, they put you in a mental asylum, back room in the house, or someplace where nobody was supposed to see you. So we move forward in a direction that is a good direction in terms of having you all, for example, willing to share your expertise and to share it in this public forum, provided this opportunity that is provided by the council. So I'm just pleased to say thank you for the work that you do. I'm pleased to say to my colleague that the message is out there. In my newsletter, for example, that we send out each week, we have the 988 number, just to remind everybody that if you're having a period of where you need emotional support, there is somebody there who can hear you. And that is so important. There are many people who are watching this, and I'm going to ask them to join us in spreading the word that there are resources for children and adults who need help. Take advantage of those resources and share this information with others. But thank you again for coming today to sharing this information. And to my colleague, I say thank you for the work that you're doing and for your sincerity and for your desire to want to see an enhanced quality of life for everyone out there. And part of that comes with talking about some of the situations and the concerns that we all have more. I'm glad that we're doing that today.
Thank you.
First, Thank you to you, Councilmember Jeruso, for your dedicated work to increase mental health services in the city of New Orleans. I don't think there's any other person who's pushing as hard as you are to increase the level of care that we have here in our city. So I very much appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who is part of this collaborative. I just actually, I have one question, and it was brought up earlier by Dr. Avegno, and you were talking about the MCOs and provider pay. Obviously, that's controlled by the state, but I so often hear that providers are like, at the end of the day, they're just not paying enough. I think one of the probably big solutions would be is if we could convince, the next governor coming in and the new legislature coming in of the importance of ensuring that there is the proper amount of provider pay so that services can really be expanded. Can you speak on that?
Sure. And it's not just, I think when people hear increased provider pay, they think of doctors, they think of psychiatrists. It is across the full spectrum because mental health service provision takes many forms. It's peer counselors, it's social workers, it's counselors, it's psychologists. So all of those, we have many highly trained, highly skilled individuals, but they simply cannot afford to see the number of patients that we need to see. In addition, I think Brittany, you'll agree with to growing a pipeline and providing incentives for people going into the work. But again, it's hard to attract people into the work if the reimbursement is just not going to be there. So I think that there is a lot of opportunity for the new health secretary and the governor to make this a priority because this is not a New Orleans problem. This is a real statewide issue. And for every dollar that you invest in providing better access and capacity, you are going to save that money on the back end, whether it's in criminal justice interactions, whether it is in any other thing that we pay for with public funds. Any money spent in prevention by increasing access is going to pay dividends. So our department would love to work with the transition team, with those at LDH. We have a great relationship with them to see how we can get this done.
Appreciate it.
Can I just want to say, I'm so glad you brought that up, Councilwoman, because the workforce is a major issue here.
Right.
And as you've indicated, the reimbursement from the state are really not sufficient and it's a bit of a deterrent. And therein lies, part of the challenge for people on Medicaid and people who are the working poor for access to mental health care.
Absolutely.
First of all, the workforce is inadequate. That's why we need to do more with Councilman Thomas said is work on building the capacity of families to meet some of those needs before they have to go to some outside professional. But those professionals are very much needed, and we need to have a lot more advocacy for better reimbursement from Medicaid so that we can increase the workforce. Even with the minimum amount of folks out there, many of them still are not working with Medicaid clients because of this issue.
Yes.
And so there's a real need to raise the awareness about that issue and to increase and build the capacity of our workforce.
Yeah. And I don't want to get into the whole discussion here about, whether we have too many MCOs and we have to narrow those and pay that. I know that's a whole different, I know I'm opening a little bit of Pandora's box here, but we can talk about that later. But but at the end of the day, it's like these are very, important contracts. And the mental health piece is so key. And what I constantly hear anywhere I go, speaking with whether it's social workers, psychiatrists, psychologists, it's like on the Medicaid side, it's like there's just not enough provider pay for there to be really the robust access that we need. So I've sent, a letter to the governor's transition team about this very issue. It's the New Orleans transition team. So, hopefully it gets elevated to where there can be a real solution around this situation. Because I think that would be a key to very quickly start to turn around the number of the number of trained individuals who can come into not just our city, but into our state to provide more services.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I want to thank the panel for the presentation. Thank you, Councilman Jeruso, for always championing this effort and I'm always learning something more about this issue. So a lot has been said already. I want to thank you all again for just informing me and informing the public the importance of mental health and how much more is needed to just close that gap for coverage and help everybody do better. All right, so thank you.
Well, I want to start by thanking my colleagues who are always receptive when I talk to them about this. I know they understand how important it is to me, and I've always appreciated how much they've been willing to work hand in glove. I know I said this to begin with, but I want to reemphasize this point as I'm looking now at the opposite end of you from where I started, that we talk so much about doing things together and working together and being partners. And as I look at this table and at the group, what I see is the diversity of our community, but also all the partnerships that are so important to us to solve these problems, whether they be traditionally or non-traditional. And so I'm thankful for the city for being here. I'm thankful for the school board for being here, Metropolitan Human Services District, United Way, the Saints and Pelicans. Obviously, I know there's other people who are part of the collaborative as well, and NS&O, who have been champions for all of this. But the only way that we can deal with this vast issue is by everybody working together. You know, Dr. Hutchins, you said something that will always be important to me, which is destigmatizing this, talking about this out loud is such an important thing. And I think when we as New Orleanians, black, white, man, woman, whatever you are, can speak your truth about what happens, and as somebody who's had to do it, it is emotionally draining, it is exhausting, but it is important so that we have the right language to do all of this. And I just finally want to close with the work that has been done to date has been fantastic. So I want to thank United Way really for providing the framework and the infrastructure to continue the growth that we're going to continue to report to the council so people can see outcomes, so we don't leave that money on the table for our school system, for all of our children. But most importantly, this is not part of your day job. And I know that, and I'm so incredibly appreciative that whether you volunteered, were voluntold, as Dr. Sanders told us, that all of you have participated at such a high level and made all of this work for all the residents of New Orleans, whether they're our kids, whether adults, whether people who have addiction issues, and that we, as Councilmember Thomas said, we're solving these problems together, so we rely less on our traditional public safety, and that people realize health is other part of our public safety too. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Leadership.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Clerk, at this time, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to give Mr. Barry Hammond some time to come and speak on his sewage and water board bill issues, please. Mr. Hammond, can we start the clock? We get that, can we get the clock roll?
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of, I reside at 2814 Wabash, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70114, resided there for the last 32 years. And over the last 2 years, just to kind of regress for a moment, I've been experiencing for the last 2 years some issues with sewage and water board. Over 30 years, my average bill is about $95. Subsequent to the city indicating that they were having issues with resources with sewage and water board, beginning in 21, my bill went from $95 to about $125. And every month thereafter, within the last 2.5 years, I have been getting estimated bills. In the year of 23, I have received 8 estimated bills out of 11 months. Case in point, September, I had a $130 bill. October, I had a $300 bill. November, I had a $166 bill. So I went down to the office on Thurman, and the lady said, well, your October bill is an actual bill for what we didn't bill you for since February. Well, I paid it. And every one of those bills I paid. So I requested a copy, an itemized copy of my statements from 21. Majority of them was estimated bills. So when I went down there in October to pay the $300 bill, she said, well, you should be good from now. Lo and behold, November bill is an estimated bill. I just paid it on the 15th. Went from 300 to 166. And what she said to me was, well, your meter should be read electronically. I'm like, ma'am, did you hear what you just said? If it's read electronically, I should never get an estimated bill. Well, she said, I don't know what to tell you. I met with Councilman King and I met with Councilman Morrell, and I filed a formal appeal back in October. They said I would hear something for 30 days. I received a letter maybe a week later saying I would hear something in 30 days. I haven't heard a word. I've had my plumbing checked to see if I had any leaks. Lo and behold, when I go to the meter, I cannot even read the meter. The numbers are scratched out. Cleaned it, still can't read it with a microscope or a magnifying glass. I sent pictures to the city, Sewage and Water Board. I went to the office, talked with them, and I feel like I'm on a merry-go-round, going around and around and around. And for some reason, I'm not getting any relief. I know for a fact that for the last 24 months, I have been overbilled, but I have completely paid the bill each month to avoid having late fees. And I am not the only one in my neighborhood that's experiencing this, but I'm the only one in my neighborhood that have been advocating for someone to come out or someone to address this issue. When I went to the breakfast or the coffee with the Council Morrell and Councilman King, they indicated after 30 days, if you do not get any relief, to come to the council. So Councilman King graciously called me and asked me to come and make this presentation to you guys. I really don't know what else to do. It's just my wife and I. And for 30 years, I've averaged $95. And then when the city came out on TV saying that they were having issues with resources and meter readers, from that point on, my bill has been totally inconsistent, month to month to month. And again, when she gave me the readout, from February through August, I had estimated bills. September was supposed to be an actual. October, it jumped 3 times what I've normally paid. Then it dropped for November to 166. What's going on? So we need to really address this issue, and I'm looking for relief because I know over 24 months, I have paid far more than my fair share.
Well, Mr. Hammond, I want to first thank you for coming here and speaking on behalf of yourself and your neighbors. You waited patiently in the audience for a couple hours. Myself, Councilman Thomas is the director of the Public Works Committee. I'm sure he gets this quite often. I will follow up with Sewage and Water Board and find out what is the issue. Can they come out and speak to you personally? But I thank you for coming and putting that on the record. I'm sure a lot of people watching and people in the audience can appreciate that they're going through the same thing. I see some heads shaking, so you're not alone. So I appreciate it. We will follow up with you by the end of the week.
Councilmember King, I think we need to make sure that this is an order of business. The next Public Works meeting, that they come and give an explanation. The Sewage and Water Board put in a new billing system about maybe 8 or 9 years ago. I think it was during the last administration. And ever since they've put in that new system, SNWB has stood for strange water bills.
Absolutely.
It has not stood for Sewage and Water Board. But the reason why I'm so compelled by your story is that my mother's brother, well, my late mother's brother, my uncle, Samuel, I think it's one of the reasons why he moved. For 20 years, Councilman King, his bill had averaged less than $100. Then he got a $9,700 bill. So for me, there should be someone along that billing chain that would notice the discrepancy and where they would not have to call your council people or the mayor, the colleagues, where there would be a strike team that would go out and say, well, hold on a second, I notice your bill isn't $90, now it's $9,000. Something must be wrong. So these strange water bills at SWB are gonna be dealt with as a priority issue in the next Public Works, because at some point we need an answer. And if this $11 million new billing system that they paid for several years ago doesn't work, maybe we need to get back to doing something else. But your story isn't new. It's too prevalent. And years later, you would have hoped that there would be some solution, but it isn't. Thank you.
And the apathy over there is ridiculous. You go there and they give you the same rehearsed story. And every time you go there, it's like you're guilty and they are right. And I'm like, this just does not make sense to me, and it just doesn't add up. And that's why I've been so aggressive in trying to get any and everyone to listen, that this just does not affect me, as you stated, Councilman Thomas. It affects everyone, but a lot of people like myself, I paid it over the last 24 months, but I'm sick of paying these inconsistent bills. I'm certain I paid more than my fair share, and it's just annoying now. So I want to advocate not only for myself, but for the city of New Orleans residents, that this is a problem. And what you said earlier about leaving, initially I was going to leave the city. I love this city. It's too much of unnecessary red tape, and we are being fleeced big time.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Thank you.
We're on it. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. I look forward to hearing from you guys. If not, I'll be back.
All right.
Council members, we're now going to go to the top of page 29.
Madam President, President Marino, and I know we're quorum challenged, right?
We are.
So there needs to be some rules in order in terms of establish that, is there any room or any policy in terms of when we leave, go to the restroom, go take a break? We just have to be.
Just make sure you're back in your chair when we vote.
Okay,
That's it.
all right.
That's
all right,
it.
All right.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Top of page 29. We have ordinance calendar number 34,476 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the various departments for other operating expenses and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As everybody knows, we generally try and make sure budget items go through committee first, but since we were in budget hearings for so long, we're not going to allow process to interfere with substance. So we're going to vote on hopefully two different measures. The first is mid-year budget adjustment, which always cracks me up that we're in November and we do mid-year budget adjustments, but that's the way that it is. That's where these first two items are. I know the CAO is here. Mr. Montano, do you want to just speak briefly about what both of these items do, so everybody in the public knows about how we're meeting the expectations that were set in the last budget cycle?
Absolutely. Madam Vice President, Budget Chair Jeruso, members of the council. Pretty straightforward and standardized mid-year cleanups as we've discussed and anticipated throughout the year. Even as far back as our FY23 adoption, we knew that we would have spillover money necessary to fulfill certain external agencies, whether that is the sheriff's office or the criminal district court, which is highlighted within the budget ordinance. This is the other operating portion of it. I anticipate in December to have the personnel cleanup as well, and that will cover up those additional hires that we had not budgeted for, but we are able to cover through existing year surpluses. Everything listed here is outlined, and I can speak to any of the specifics associated with it. Generally speaking, it encompasses a significant portion for the raises for the external agencies and a fuel cost. There's a portion for police for Mardi Gras barricades that need to be purchased for this year for the anticipation of the February early start for the Mardi Gras season. Other than that, I believe we've discussed virtually almost each one of these items, and just want to re-highlight this is the other operating portion. And typically in December, we have the cleanup for the personnel side.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll move to adopt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Second by Councilmember King. 5 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,477 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to various departments for other operating expenses and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. It's companion ordinance. I've moved. Councilmember Moreno is seconded. 5 yeas, no nays.
We're now going to go to the bottom of page 27. We have ordinance calendar number 34,473 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the Department of Health for the New Orleans Community Violence Intervention Program and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
This is to appropriate $2 million in grant funding to community violence intervention. Been moved by Councilmember Moreno, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. 5 yeas, no nays.
On top of page 28, we have the companion ordinance calendar number 34,474 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenue of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the Department of Health for the New Orleans Community Violence Intervention Program and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Moved by Vice President Moreno, seconded by myself. 5 yeas, no nays.
We're now going to go to page 25 at the top of the page. We have ordinance calendar number 34,466 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 110-212, 110-215 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to permit certain mobile foot, push cart, and animal drawn food vendors to operate in non-residential zoning districts of the Boucaré and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a couple of comment cards. The first one is Ms. Sinedra Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Today, we aren't talking about snake charmers, drug dealers, or alcohol vendors. What you will find here are 5 legally formalized, compliant, active, tax-paying vendors. And to no fault of these vendors, there are efforts to continue to prohibit their access to the French Quarter area. I submit to you that those selling illegal products and services are in fact not vendors, should not be referred to as vendors, and are separate and apart from these actual legally formalized, well-branded, and easily identifiable vendors. Do not let the misclassification of bad actors contribute to the public sphere. These vendors are currently adding value to the areas in New Orleans in which they can vend. They have invested tirelessly in their businesses and are inspected by the health department. and have been through hell and high water to obtain their permits. These vendors are visible models of all things great about the push cart model, a small footprint, easily movable, added essence without building up or out. They are a perfect example of legal vending opportunities in the city of New Orleans. And we are here today because they are an example of engaged and empowered business owners working diligently to get it right. It's not their fault that officers are understaffed. It's not their fault that other entities are holding a majority of underutilized permits. These vendors won't jeopardize their progress by becoming an added nuisance. They are not wild cards that keep stakeholders in limbo. We will never know what equitable vending in the quarters looks like until we actually see what it looks like. Starting with just five permits in the quarters. I'm old enough to remember taking a ride on the ferry to the East Bank to Old Algiers to the tamale cart. I miss that feeling of seeing fruit stands around. What direction are we moving in if we can't restore those moments for future generations? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Next, we will hear from Mr. Eric Rothschild, followed by Mr. Edward Parker.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Rothschild. I'm here as a representative of the Food Policy Advisory Council, or FPAC, and owner-operator of the New Orleans Trap Kitchen Commissary Kitchen and Incubator. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Representative King and your staff for continuing the work to not only end historically unfair licensing and monopoly practices, but building a pathway towards equity for local small food and beverage vendors and businesses. We believe forging this pathway will help support hardworking entrepreneurs and support ongoing efforts to the city to restore the French Quarter to their historic beauty and reflect the area's harmonious mix of economy and residential beauty. I want to reiterate that we recognize the current challenges in the Vieux and believe this rule change and the continued work can be a positive collaboration with the council, the 8th district, Vieux groups, and others for a more viable French Quarter experience. I'd also like to recognize the Vieux preservation organizations for their insight and continued cooperation to bring fully permitted and compliant by city and state vendors into the area. Hoping that you all pass this rule today. I would like a little clarification on the process here. With a yes vote, I know this goes to the mayor's desk. After that, what's the process? So is there any kind of estimated timeline to know when these vendors would be able to, these 5 vendors go into the Vieux?
Someone from the staff will come and give you an update.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Parker.
Good afternoon. Great day as far as economic opportunity for Blacks are concerned. Thank you guys very much. This is one of the reasons we call you the Progressive Council. I'm old enough to remember when we had a problem trying to get Chardonnays, carriages in the quarter. So that shows you how far and how long ago that was. Thank you, Brother King, or Councilman King, I'm sorry, for bringing this long overdue change to the quarter. Thank you very much. We need to open that economic opportunity to everyone and get away from this seemingly monopoly that Lucky Dog had. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Are there any online comments? No, any comments from the desk? All right, hearing none. Read a brief statement. For the first time in over 50 years, there will no longer be a monopoly of vending in the French Quarter. This vote today will allow for 5 new businesses to start vending in the French Quarter. We won't stop here. At the next council meeting, there will be a vote to allow for an additional 14 businesses to start
legally vending in the French Quarter. All push carts will be subjected to the same rules and regulations as codified in the division of the municipal code that we are amending. I'm proud to be the council member spearheading this effort, and I'm doing this alone. I'm proud to have the support of my colleagues. And this is something that has, like I said before, has not been done in over 50 years. We have worked tirelessly with several groups. Some have already been mentioned. Ms. Sinedra Taylor with Friends of Cody's Nola, the Bucare Property Owners, and Bucare Property Owners and Residential Association, French Quarter Business League, French Quarter Concerned Citizens, New Orleans Police Department, the Alcohol, Tobacco, ATC, Alcohol, Tobacco Control, Trap Kitchen, Louisiana Restaurant Association, New Orleans and Company, and several other residents and businesses alike. So at this time, I also want to thank publicly my staff that's worked tirelessly on this, mainly Mr. Charles Tony and Winston Fior. By this time, make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilman Moreno. That's right. 5 yeas and no nays, the motion is adopted. Thank you.
Councilman, you did ask if there were comments, and I just wanted to say this, and the vote has gone by, and that's fine. I do want to thank you for your effort. I've been the head of small business development for the city, the head of economic development for the city, and I do remember that we took on this issue some time ago and ran into some issues, even resulting in members of the council becoming a little bit discouraged because it involved potential court litigation and the like. Monopoly, as an economist, somebody who majored in economics, I will tell you, monopoly stifles. In this particular instance, I think that we're going to see a great change in the way some of the vending looks down there in the French Quarter. But the main thing I want to say is thank you. You're a cool and you're a calm character taking on a very challenging responsibility here. And I just want to thank you and your staff for your work. And I think that everyone who has any trepidation needs to know that at the end of the day, the additional vendors are going to be great for our city of New Orleans, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in action.
Well, I agree, Councilman Green, and as I said before, I could not have done this without the support of my colleagues on the council. So thank you, and thank everyone else who supported. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,467 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Morris FX Jeff Senior Recreation Center located at 1320 General DeGaulle Drive, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Prompsy Ordin Repast event on Saturday, November 4th, 2023, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This was a ordinance that waived fees for a repast for a toddler who was tragically killed in Algiers. I think it goes without saying that this was the least we could do. But we have a comment call from Mr. Michael Eric Burnside.
Hello, Councilman King. Who's the idiot that could possibly speak against a repast for a toddler that was killed in Algiers, right? We were here a month or two ago. There was like 12 fee waivers, and one of them was for a t-shirt vendor who was making a profit. So it's not always a toddler that we given these fee waivers to. Sometimes other people manage to get them. And I think they're really, really bad habit to get into. If you want to charge somebody $1, I'll pay the $1. But to charge nobody nothing is to pretend that money doesn't matter to people, is to pretend that access doesn't matter to people, is to pretend that there is not a obvious public method to ask you for free access to NORD. There's not a web page and a website that we can go to and apply. So, yeah, nobody wants to speak against a dead toddler, but let's face it. 500 people died of opioid deaths last year, right? I'm sure at least one of them's worthy of a free repass. 200 people die of being gunshot, killed. I'm sure at least one of them's worthy of a repass. But a lot of these people don't know enough to ask you, because there's no way for them to understand your compassion, because a lot of them don't listen to these council chambers meetings, and a lot of them don't even know.
Councilman Green. I know I'm gonna be nudged and say that I don't have to say anything on that, but I have emphasized to you, Mr. Burnside, that this is maybe one of the most generous of ways. Mr. Burnside, people do listen. They can ask. I'll just leave it at that. They can ask. The same waiver is available to every member of the public. But I also want to say, I kind of disagree with your philosophy in this respect. People do pay for these. The taxpayers pay for it. And we put aside public empty spaces that, in my opinion, are for the sole purpose of making them available to taxpayers. I have one on here too, and they promoted bike safety. I want that to happen at public parks, but that's all. That's just a comment. I think that people do pay for them. That's all I'll say.
I think people.
5 yeas, no nays, motion passes. Motion is adopted. Thank you.
Council members, we're now gonna go to page 11. On the regular agenda, land legislative group and HDLC appeal of Michael D. Ballard Jr., AIA Car, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of the application to demolish 100% of the roof for property located at 8500 Spruce Street. We have motion M23-531 by Councilmember Jeruso, granted and approving the applicant's request for the property located at 8500 Spruce Street.
Thank you. Ms. Burke?
Is a contributing rated structure located in the Carrollton Partial Control Demolition Only Historic District. The owner applied to demolish 100% of the roof to construct a second story. This one-story wood frame building built in the corner store vernacular style was constructed within the period of significance for the district. FEMA survey estimates the structure's date of construction to be between 1920 and 1930. Considering that the building is an example of New Orleans vernacular architecture and one of the few historic commercial buildings within this residential area, staff recommended that any new additions allow the corner store appearance to remain as an indication of the building's history of use and building type. Changing the structure from a one-story corner store to a two-story structure is a drastic action that will negatively impact the architectural significance of the building. As the vernacular style is typically one story, sometimes including a camelback addition, staff recommended that the proposed second story of the building be set back a depth of 2 rooms from the building's facade, per the guidelines for second story additions. Staff recommended approval of more than 50% roof demolition to allow a camelback addition, provided it is set back 2 original rooms. At their meeting of October 4th, 2023, the commission voted to approve that demolition, provided the rear camelback addition was set back to preserve the appearance of the original corner store house.
All right, this property was once operated as a corner bar and lounge until it closed a few years ago. The new owner, who lives and was raised in this neighborhood, wants to bring this property back into commerce with what it happens a lot now, retail on the bottom and residents above. Both residents above will be long-term market rate rentals. One unit is for 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. The other unit will be for 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, and the bottom will contain a coffee shop which will pursue a separate conditional use. There are also 2 off-street parking spaces in the rear of the current structure. I understand and appreciate the desire to maintain historical accuracy. Also, I'm trying to balance long-term permanent housing across the entire city and am trying to ensure that we have that as well, particularly in these neighborhoods. Is that a comment card, Mr. Burnside?
Councilperson Jeruso, I love the old as much as anybody else. The granite curbstones in front of my house make me happy, even though they've sunk a full inch in the last month, thanks to the ground subsidence. But this makes me happy. I'm glad to hear residents above commercial. I think that people should live where they play. I think that they should live where they work. I think they should live where they seek to build community. And I think that interstates kill, they separate. We are alienated from our friends in the suburbs by the fact that they're not here. So I want to say thank you. I really appreciate this. I don't normally like going against or head to head with HDLC because I think they're good people. But in this case, I think that the developer is not only correct, but very beneficial to the community of which he is part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burnside. Councilmember Green.
This is an interesting story. I'm just taking a point of personal privilege in a way, if I can be granted it, relative to this property. In the spirit of my grandmother, which is why I'm mentioning it, that's at the corner of Joliet Street. And I used to stay with my grandmother often. It was our weekend thing to look forward to doing, and then walking down the street to Haven Church. But there once was a lounge at that location. But one night there was a terrible fight outside, and 2 guys were engaged in a fight with a knife. My grandmother left the house at 1921 Joliet Street and went out into the street and broke up the fight with 2 guys with knives, with her praying for them and saying, "You all don't need to be doing this. Go home." That's my story of that property that I'll always remember. It scared the heck out of us. We were all in the house saying, "What are you doing?" But it's an example of one of the stories that you don't hear. And the reason that I bring it up is because it's great to see that there'll be residences provided for people. It'll be rehab, and it's in an area that's going in some positive direction. But I just wanted to kind of bring that up. Maybe I should have waited until the vote was taken, but at the end of the day, it's just got great memories for me. It reminds me of my grandmother, Mrs. Wilhelmina Green, who always lived in the Carrollton area, who taught at James Weldon Johnson, who attended Haven United Methodist Church, and put herself on the line to go out and break up a fight with 2 guys she didn't know. And guess what? There's a happy ending to it. No injuries.
Hey, Grandma Green for police chief.
All right, I'll move to approve M23-531 and grant the appeal. Seconded by Councilmember Green appropriately. No. 5 yeas, no nays.
Wilhelmina.
On top of page 12, the VCC appeal of 625 Dauphine Street has been deferred to December 1st. A legislative grouping, University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District Appeal of Arrow Jerome General Contractor Interface Construction Services LLC, requesting to appeal the parking requirements of the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District per Article 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance for property located at 8829 through 31 Palm Street. We have motion M23-532 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting and approving the applicant's request for property located 8829 through 31 Palm Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is new construction of a double-family home. This site has been dilapidated and vacant. Current structure was permitted for demolition. It's also been subject to multiple MPM violations since 2006. Proposal will be 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms per unit, 2 off-street parking spaces, and it's directly next to nearly 2 identical family homes, bringing more housing in this area. So I've moved for approval. Seconded by Councilmember King. 5 yeas, no nays.
On top of page 13, a legislative grouping, University off-street parking, interim zoning district appeal of Zachary Smith, owner Zach Smith Consulting and Design, requesting to appear before the New Orleans City Council to appeal the University area off-street parking interim zoning district for property located at 7510 Hurst Street. Motion M 23-535 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting and approving the applicant's request for property located at 7510 Hurst Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is currently 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, being asked to include 2 additional bedrooms and 2.5 baths, including an open study room and also adding a screened porch. It will remain a single-family home, and the owners have agreed to no short-term rentals. Move for approval.
Councilmember, we have one online comment.
Okay.
This is from Stephanie Emmerling. She says, please deny regular 4B motion M 23-535. This development is in a family neighborhood, as with other developments of its kind that have been allowed to open in primarily family neighborhood. It erodes the integrity of the neighborhood by opening a bar disguised as a gas station. These developments belong on Tulane and Loyola's campuses, not in our neighborhoods.
Can I stop you? I think that's actually for a separate item that's on Carrollton. Do you want to just
Are we
save it for that one? No, ma'am, we're on
Oh,
number
it
4.
was misnumbered
Yeah,
on the thing.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I think it's number 7.
Yes.
Okay. All right. 5 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, zoning docket 6523 has been deferred to December 1st. On top of page 14, a legislative group in zoning docket 7023, Peter Trapalon et al., requesting a conditional use to permit the retail sale of packaged alcoholic beverage in a CBD 5 urban core neighborhood, lower intensity mixed use district located on square 180, lot 1, or an undesignated lot in the first municipal district, bounded by St. Charles Avenue, Church Street, Girard Street, and Julia Street. Municipal address 762 St. Charles Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 9 provisos. We have motion line over M 23-516 by Councilmember Harris, adding Councilmember King, overruling and denying the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 7023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. CPC.
Council member, this is a proposal for a vacant storefront located on the corner of Julia Street and St. Charles Avenue in Lafayette Square. The property was most recently occupied by FedEx for many years, but is now vacant. The proposal is for a new tenant to occupy the space, which would be a retailer of packaged alcoholic beverages with some food items as well. That requires conditional use approval in the zoning district. A lot of the conversation at the Planning Commission meeting centered on how to make the retailer sort of appropriate for the context. There were neighbors who spoke in opposition, noting the history of vagrancy and crime in this portion of the CBD, and concerns about future problems that could result from a new alcoholic beverage outlet. The applicant noted that they were willing to enter into any number of restrictions on operation that could be contained within a good neighbor agreement, and suggested a number of restrictions that could be included in terms of the conditional use approval, including reserving space for prepared food, limitations on hours of operation, not allowing consumption of food or alcohol in the vicinity of the site. And so the Planning Commission felt that those several restrictions on the operation of this retailer would ensure compatibility with the surrounding properties, and recommended approval with those, so approval with 9 provisos.
Thank you. We have several public comment cards. The first one is Raina Nahar, N-A Najar, Najjar,
Yeah, good afternoon. I think with your permission, a few of the speakers in support will see their time to me if that's acceptable.
You're not allowed to see the
Right.
time.
We can make.
But she's in
we can make a
support.
Formal request for that.
You can't have her 2 minutes, but she, I mean, just for the record, she's in support. If she doesn't want to speak, then 2 minutes, they go away.
Sorry.
Is she going to speak?
No.
Okay. But she is in support of the project.
Yes, sir.
We have another individual who addresses 2669 Canal Street, BAZIA.
That's
okay. Also in support. Jill Z in support, or is that Jill Zia in support? Chip Lyons.
That's
okay. Sorry. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. I'm Chip Lyons. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Bazaar Zoran, for this conditional use application. As Mr. Kroll indicated, the application is for conditional use approval to sell packaged alcohol at a high-end spirits store in the former FedEx Kinko's location at the corner of St. Charles and Julia. The space has been vacant for more than a year since FedEx closed its store. We're proposing a high-end spirits store that would not sell any sub-premium liquor brands, that also would sell prepackaged gourmet food. The store would be comparable to Keefe's, Martin's, and other high-end spirits stores. This won't be a bar, and there will not be any on-site preparation of food or any on-site consumption of food or alcohol. The applicant, Mr. Bazaar, is an immigrant from Jerusalem who came to the United States in 1999, who operates a number of other alcohol stores in the city, all without incident and all with responsible landlords. His landlords include the Bestoff family at former K&B locations and Peter Traplin and the Bandana family at this location. Mr. Bazaar's site's locations are clean and well run without code, loitering, or other nuisance issues. He's a responsible operator. Peter Traplin, who's one of the landlords at this site, is an architect and preservationist and has served on the board of the Lafayette Square Association, which is the neighborhood association in the area. Before entering into a lease with Mr. Bazaar for this site, the landlords turned away a tattoo parlor, turned away a vape shop, both of which are permitted uses in this zoning district. Instead, they chose to proceed with Mr. Bazaar's proposed use of this property as a high-end spirits store, which requires a conditional use and is a heavier lift from a zoning perspective because they thought his proposed use of this site is a better fit for the neighborhood than other uses permitted as of right. So part of the reason they were willing to pursue this more difficult conditional use process, which we've been working on since February, in order to provide a better option for the neighborhood, was that they had done it before for the same use with the same landlord group in the same neighborhood and with the same neighborhood association. The other owners of the current location, in addition to Peter Traplin, are the members of the Bandana family. Those members of the Bandana family own the building at Carondelet and Howard, where Keefe's Wine and Spirits has been located since 2011. In 2011, they entered into a good neighborhood.
Please begin to wrap up.
All right, thank you. With the Lafayette Square Association, in order to get conditional use approval for Keefe's, which has operated without incident since then. Based on that prior experience and city council land use precedent, we proceeded with the application for the conditional use. We met with the neighborhood association. We offered them a good neighbor agreement. They don't have to accept it. I used to run my neighborhood association. I get that. But in this particular location, we followed up with councilmen. We obtained recommendation of staff report for approval. We obtained the unanimous approval of the City Planning Commission. We discussed the matter with Councilmember Harris. She suggested we reach out and get neighborhood support. We have more than 70 letters of support from neighborhood residents, property owners, and businesses, including businesses in the immediately adjacent to this property. So Mr. Bazaar has really done everything that could be done in order to qualify for a conditional use. We have a responsible landlord. We have a good location. We have a high-end use.
That's your time.
Okay, thank you. Let me just conclude with the neighborhood association certainly has a right to say no to everything, right? That's their right. But you as elected officials of the city of the residents and citizens of the city of New Orleans have the ability to say yes. And we respectfully think that this is a situation where you should say yes and
Thank
not
you.
just follow the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr.
association.
Michael Duplanter. Mr. Duplanter is not, he's present. Okay. Followed by Ms. Cassandra Sharp.
Thank you, Councilman Michael Duplantier, 820 Barone Street, New Orleans. Most of you on the council are too young, and I'm going to include you, Councilman Green, in this as well. Probably too young to remember when this neighborhood, Julia Row and the Lafayette Square neighborhood in general, was the skid row for the city. Being a little bit older, I do remember it. And starting about the time you graduated from St. Aug in 1975, we began to work to eliminate skid row from that area. We were all pretty young then, and most of us are pretty old now. Some of us are still around. And the key to it, from day one, the key to eliminating skid row was to get rid of the alcoholic beverage uses. And we didn't just try to eliminate skid row. Several of us bought buildings in the neighborhood, renovated them, and have lived in them for most of the past 40 years. My wife and I are in our 42nd year now on Barone Street. So for that reason, and because we have decades of experience in the neighborhood, knowing what's right for the neighborhood and what's wrong, we have always opposed, and we always will, oppose any proposed liquor use for this area. And it isn't just our personal opinion. We have worked really hard to enshrine in the law, in the comprehensive zoning ordinance from the really starting in the 1970s, to protect the neighborhood from those kind of uses. And for the most part, we've been successful in doing so with the help of city councils over the last 40 years. I want to thank Councilman Harris in her absence today for her cooperation with this and for her motion to deny this application. That is the right decision for the neighborhood. And I would urge all council members to support the motion to deny the application for conditional use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mike's probably too young to remember the moratorium that Susie, a study on alcoholic beverage with Dr. Scribner that Susie Terrell and I did that focused on that area, the work that late Arnie did in that area in the sector, and the Renaissance study that was done in that area to create what they have now. I know you're probably too young to remember that, but that was a great effort that we led that ultimately I think gives us what we get in that district now.
Councilman, obviously you're now with E, but for many years was our councilman in District B. And I think on most, I don't speak out of turn when I say most every occasion we worked well together in trying to protect this neighborhood. And after the fact, we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duplantier. Next, Ms. Cassandra Sharp.
Good morning, Council. I'm Cassandra Sharp. I own 610 Julia, which is one of the row houses, one of the 13 sisters. I bought it when I was 47 years old. You wouldn't have put your big toe in it. That was in October of '93. And I bought back the building. I didn't make it separate units. I made it a single family home, and I have a tenant on the ground floor. Every day for 30 years, it has been a fight. Alcohol seems to surround us. We've made our neighborhood pleasant enough that now the quarter wants to come our way. We have so many people that want to come over, and restaurants, and bars are not allowed in this CBD 5. They're not allowed, but we have people that sneak through the cracks, and we have that in the 600 block of Julia. Although I'm sure Mr. Bazaar's wine business is good, the location at 762 St. Charles, with the historic neighborhood that we have, people that are moving in, we just had a property that sold, a single family home in the 800 block of St. Charles. Alcohol is not what we need in that neighborhood. Circle K, they are bombarded by vagrants. We have vagrants come through our neighborhood all the time. And this would be like, it would be like a pinball machine flashing at them, liquor, you know. And we just, it's just not it's not the right neighborhood for us. And am I overwhelmed? Yes, I'm actually exhausted at 30 years of the fight that we have to go through all the time, but I do appreciate the council. You have been a good council to us this last year. And yes, it's true. Councilman Harris has put a motion in to deny, and I think she realizes, she's wavered about it, but I think she realizes that that location can be another business. It does not have to be a liquor store. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. Next, Mr. Tim Kingsmill. Mr. Kingsmill is in support. Mr. Miles Kingsmill. Oh, Miles Martin in support. Peter Traplin also in support. Any online comments? Any comments from the dais? All right. Hearing none. This motion will deny the request for a conditional use for the sale of packaged liquor at 726 St. Charles Street. Accordingly, Councilman Harris would like to move forward to deny this project. With this, I move to deny the application. 762. 762. Strike that from the record. 762. All right, make a motion to deny, and it's been adopted. 5 yeas, no nays.
On top of page 15, a legislative grouping. Zoning docket 7323, Carrollton and Willow LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a gas station in an HUB1 historic urban neighborhood business district and an HUC historic urban corridor use restriction overlay district on square 181, lots 1 through 4 or 1 through 3, and an undesignated lot and lot 25 or lots 25 and 26 in the 7th Municipal District, bounded by South Carrollton Avenue, Willow Street, Dublin Street, and Jeanette Street. Municipal address 1400 South Carrollton Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 3 waivers and 8 provisos. We have motion M23-533 by Councilmember Jeruso, approving and granting the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 7323 for the property located at 1400 South Carrollton Avenue, subject to 8 provisos and 3 waivers contained in the City Planning Commission report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kroll.
Councilmember, this is a application affecting a property on the corner of Carrollton Avenue and Willow Street. It is to expand an existing gas station. The existing gas station is a non-conforming use at this location and thus can be expanded except with conditional use approval. The proposal is to construct a 3-unit retail structure that kind of wraps the side and rear of the site. That's generally consistent with the purpose of the zoning to accommodate retail as well as services such as gas stations. The Planning Commission does recommend a waiver of a few setback requirements which are needed to accommodate the fact that you've got the canopy in front, which forces the building to the rear of the site. I will note that there will be some site design requirements that changes that must be required by proviso. That's reducing the number of curb cuts leading to the site from 4 to 2, and then limiting the width of those to 24 feet, which will improve site design, improve the relationship to the pedestrian. But all in all, the Planning Commission finds this to be appropriate and recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. I think there are 2 online comments.
Yes, the first one is from Stephanie Emmerling. She says this development isn't a family neighborhood. As with other developments of its kind that have been allowed to open in primarily family neighborhoods, it erodes the integrity of the neighborhood by opening a bar disguised as a gas station. These developments belong on Tulane and Loyalist campuses, not in our neighborhoods. Along with the adult atmosphere they create, they discourage family-oriented businesses from opening. When voting on this and motions like it, please think about whether you would allow this type of business in your neighborhood. And the other comment is from Susan Johnson with the Town of Carrollton Watch. She says, first, the owner, Mr. Muhammad, has explicitly agreed to prohibit the sale of lottery tickets and alcohol. See page 41 of the staff report. Will he also prohibit the sale of cannabis products, nitrous oxide products, and vaping products? Second, a restriction on food preparation and food sales in any part of the site was requested at the NPP meeting in May 2023, page 63. An answer to this request is not discussed in detail in the CPC staff report. Instead, the developer, Spectrum, states only that the owner does not anticipate leasing office spaces to restaurants, page 49 of the report. In fact, small food manufacturers are listed as a permitted use for mixed use, low density, which is indicated for this site, page 14. Next, what will happen to the restrictions at this site when Mr. Muhammad sells the business? That is it possible to place a use restriction on the property against the sale of lottery tickets, alcohol, and other intoxicants, and food preparation and sale? Finally, at the MPP meeting, neighbors requested that a pylon sign should not be used in response. In response, Spectrum said the company would conform to parish specifications, page 49. Does HDLC allow a pylon sign on the full control historic corridor of South Carrollton Avenue? I'm asking Mr. Giarrusso and the applicant to please address these questions. And that's it for the online comments.
Thank you very much. This is a Chevron station that's been at that intersection for a long time. As Mr. Kroll pointed out, it is a non-conforming use and can't be expanded without a conditional use. He explained also about how it will be restructured. I just want to point out the applicant has been a good steward of the community and has the support of the nearby neighbors. And if I remember correctly, this has been delayed for a fairly long time in order to really meet the needs of the near neighbors and make sure what they're asking for was acceded to. It's an improvement to the corner of Carrollton and Willow, and they're not asking for any alcohol to be sold here either. So I move for approval of M23-533 and grant the conditional use subject to 8 provisos and 3 waivers in the CPC report. Second by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On top of page 16, zoning docket 7723 has been deferred to December 1st. Legislative grouping, street name change, 323 Firefighters Way, requesting the consideration of renaming Kenilworth Street south of Interstate 610 between an unnamed alley and Orleans Avenue as Firefighter Way. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for a modified approval. We have motion M23-534 by Councilmember Giarrusso overruling and granting the applicant's request for renaming the 11 blocks of Kenilworth Street as Firefighter Way.
Council member, this is a proposal initiated by your office to rename an 11 block segment of Kenilworth Street in Lakeview to Firefighter Way. It commemorates the construction of new firefighter headquarters on General Haig Street. This would affect 2 lots of record and so would not have a substantial impact on addressing in this location. The staff finds it to be appropriate, however, recommends the modification that the name change be to Firefighter Street rather than Firefighter Way. Generally, the nomenclature used is for streets in this vicinity for kind of more larger substantial roadways, and therefore the staff recommends modified approval.
Thank you very much. So as Mr. Kroll explained, the firefighters obviously have been working for this community for a long time. The union has not had a stable home until construction of this Kenilworth Street headquarters. The new facility, and I think many of you have been there already, is a beautiful testament to the dedication of the firefighters. They've asked to rename this to Firefighter Way, and so I'm going to honor that request. Move for approval. Second by Councilmember. Before we vote, Councilmember Green.
A great opportunity to say thank you, Councilman Giarrusso, for recognizing our firefighters. The Firefighters Union, I know a good number of them, and I'm pleased that they're interested in doing that, what they can to continue to have the firefighters of New Orleans viewed as and in fact, one of the more professional outfits that are out there. Councilman Giarrusso, I've had a chance to go to this headquarters for a couple of occasions, and They've been very generous with use relative to those who have a need for a facility. But it's just great to see something named after our city's firefighters. And I want to thank the union and thank you for this.
Thank you, and you're right, Aaron Mishler nudged us a number of times, so I want to thank Aaron for all of his work as well. All right, let's vote. 5 yeas, no nays.
On top of page 17, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,277 has been deferred to December 1st. Legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,308 has been deferred to December 1st. On top of page 18, amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,308 has been deferred to December 1st. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,314 has been withdrawn. On top of page 19, ordinance calendar number 34,347 has been deferred to December 1st. A legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,385 has been deferred to December 1st. On top of page 20, motion line over M23-426 has been deferred to December 1st. Motion line over M23-427 has been deferred to December 1st. On top of page 21, ordinance calendar number 34,393 by council members Jeruso, Harris, Moreno, Morrell, Green, Thomas, and King. An ordinance to add section 2-672 to the code of the city of New Orleans to require the law department to produce and transmit a monthly report regarding contracts in progress, including but not limited to when the contract was requested or received, the type and amount of the contract, the law department employee assigned to the contract, the status and date of completion of the contract, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Madam Clerk, I made a mistake in not telling you. We're going to defer this item and the next one to December 1. I'm sorry you had to read that out loud.
Okay, no problem. We're now at the bottom of the page. Ordinance calendar number 34,446 has been deferred to December 1st, as well as 34,393. 12-1. On top of page 22, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,451 has been deferred to December 1st. Ordinance calendar number 34,453 has been deferred to December 1st. On top of page 23, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,454 has been deferred to December 1st. Ordinance calendar number 34,462 has been deferred to December 1st. On top of page 24, ordinance calendar number 34,463 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the United States Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of developing a comprehensive safety plan to address traffic safety on the roadways of the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
To my fellow members of the council and to the members of the public who are watching, I'm just going to make a quick statement about this one because it's important. We all are concerned about safety on the streets of New Orleans. And here we have an opportunity because the Cantrell administration has been successful in securing resources, and we are identifying the use of those resources through a cooperative endeavor. So this ordinance approves an agreement with the United States Department of Transportation for a federal funding award from the Safe Streets and Roads for All program as part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, another successful endeavor on the part of the city to identify federal resources. The funding will develop a comprehensive safety plan, emphasis on the word comprehensive, to address traffic safety on the streets of New Orleans with a focus on fatalities and severe injuries, the area in which we should be. This is a crucial step to address the increasing traffic safety concerns in New Orleans, where unfortunately over 70 people have been killed in traffic accidents in each of the last 2 years. Once this safety plan is complete, New Orleans will be eligible to apply for discretionary funds from the Safe Streets program to construct projects and implement policies identified in the plan. The plan will also support other efforts by the city to secure safety funding from the state and other federal programs. So I want to encourage the public, as you see the opportunity to participate and to lend your suggestions as to what we can do to keep our cities safer, our city streets safer. We welcome those plans. As a member, as the chair of the Transportation Committee, of course, this issue will be brought up, and it's always on the back of our minds, public safety and our safety in our streets. So I ask for your approval. I move for approval of calendar number 34-463, seconded by Councilmember King. We need 5 voters. We have at least 4, and Councilman Thomas is here. Oh no, if I reached over there and touched that, that would be the top of the news. All right, 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much, fellow council members and members of the public.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,465 has been deferred to December 1st. On top of page 26, ordinance calendar number 34,469 by council members King and Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Ujamaa Economic Development Corporation, Inc. for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of establishing the Claiborne Corridor Cultural Innovation District in the city of New Orleans in accordance with 2018 CCID Master Plan as more fully detailed in a cooperative endeavor agreement as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Councilman Green, you wanna? All right, I'll make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilman Moreno. 5 yeas, no nays, motion's adopted. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman, thank you. I'm glad to see that it passed, so now I'll make a comment. I know that was gonna pass, but I just want to say it is great to see, wait, this was on the Claiborne Avenue corridor, right? It is great to see development taking place. I want to thank Ujamaa for the work that they've done. Without me being political, I just want to say this is the beginning of moving down this important corridor all the way down and beyond St. Bernard with productive, community-minded use. I'm looking forward to that. I understand where we are sometimes with certain situations, but that historic corridor should be something that attracts citizens throughout our city and from throughout the nation to our city of New Orleans. And I'm looking forward to working with the council and others for this development to be the top development that it can be for a neighborhood that is in great need. And I look forward to working with you, Councilmember King, as we share this important corridor. Absolutely. See it continue to grow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
We're now going to page, at the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,471 has been deferred to December 1st and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 27, ordinance calendar number 34,472 has been deferred to December 1st and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 28 at the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,475 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Lehman Park on the Lafitte Greenway located at 628 North Claiborne Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70112, in conjunction with the Big Easy Bicycle Fest on November 5th, 2023 at 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto.
We have a comment card, Mr. Burnside.
Hello, Councilperson Green. As you already know, and as I will state again, I'm against 100% giveaways. If you wish to give away 50%, I would probably just stay in my chair as a compromise is part of reality. But quite frankly, my truth is that you should give everybody free access. Charging anybody is wrong. It's immoral, and public facilities should be available to the public. I'm old enough to remember when the national parks were free. You could go in any national park in the country and not have to pay a fee. Fees hurt poor people. Rich people can pay fees. Rich people don't like percentages because then they pay a lot. The fees, rich people can pay because it's not very much. But poor people get nailed on fees. For instance, the strange water bills. I pay $25 a month just to hook up the water, whether I use it or not. I pay $25 a month whether I use my sewer or not, but I have to hook up to it. I pay $25 a month whether I use my trash can or not. I'm paying $75 on a sewage and water fee before I ever use any water. There's just me in that house. I'm paying the same fees as people that have 12 people in a house, 42 people in a house. Fees hurt poor people, percentages don't. So if you're going to charge people fees, you're hurting poor people. If you're going to charge people percentages, you're helping poor people. So my point to you is if you want people to use public access, stop charging them fees altogether.
The only problem with doing it that way is that if a rich multi-billionaire from another place comes and wants to use a park in the city of New Orleans to generate revenues for themselves, then I think that we should have the option. But this, the way the city council does this, for example, remember, you mentioned the sewage and water board, but this is the Big Easy Bicycle Fest where they talked about bicycle safety on the streets and the actual conveyances themselves. So at the end of the day, I understand. However, I want our parks to be used, and Lehman Park is a good example, and the Lafitte Greenway of things that taxpayers want to see active. Lehman Park, a lot of people don't even know where it is. So I'm glad that the public has seen, and most important, Mr. Burnside, is that the Big Easy Bicycle Festival asked and gave me the option of saying yes or no, and I'm asking the council to support me in saying yes. So I move. We have 4 votes. We have 5 votes. Yay on calendar number 34-475. Thank you, council members, for your support. And thank you for the Big Easy Bicycle Festival for talking about bicycle safety and also getting people together at a very underutilized park in that general area. Really, it's mostly the Lafitte Greenway for an activity that I hope to see grow over the years. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 30. Motion line over M23-451 is deferred to December 1st. At the bottom of the page, M23-530 by council members Harris and King by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the amendment number 7 to the contract between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Convention Company, Inc., and authorizing the president of the council to sign the amendment number 7, the contract between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Convention Company, Inc., Exhibit A. Council members, we need to suspend with Rule 57.
Motion has been made to suspend the rules. It's been seconded by Councilman Moreno. Need one more vote. 5 votes. The rules are suspended.
Now you can vote.
Now we can vote. I make a motion. Seconded by Councilman Green. Vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion is approved. Adopted, passed, agreed upon.
Now we're going to go to the consent agenda on page 4. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director of Health Department, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received. On top of page 5, we have a communication from Jonathan T. Harris, Chief of Staff to the Chief Administrative Officer, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Bridget Homer, CAFA, Capital Area Finance Authority. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Lisa D. Alexis, Director, Office of Cultural Economy, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. On top of page 6, we have a report of Stella Sisman, Independent Police Monitor, Office of the Independent Police Monitor. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received, suggested hearing date December 1st. We have ordinance calendar number 34,439 by Councilmember King, zoning docket 5823. On top of page 8, we have ordinance calendar number 34,441 is going to be removed from the consent agenda and deferred to December 1st. On top of page 9, we have ordinance calendar number 34,442 by Councilmember King, zoning docket 6823. We have ordinance calendar number 34,443 by Councilmember King, zoning docket 6923. On top of page 10, we have ordinance calendar number 34,444 by Councilmember Harris, adding Councilmember King, zoning docket 7123. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
I move for approval of the consent agenda.
Hang on one second. Come on, Mr.
Oh, we have
Ruben.
comment?
Come on, Councilman King, we know each other fairly well by now, don't we? So, Ms. Harris is not here, but I will bring it up anyway. The situation at Felicity and Magnolia is getting boring for everybody, including me, and it still hasn't changed at all. We still have the traffic lights, we still have it unresolved, uninterested, and nobody's doing SH*T, which really, really sucks. And I think I'll leave it at that for now. I'll say AT&T did come out. They brought 4 people. They brought a police officer in his role as secondary employment. And they did do work on other poles in the area. And I should thank them for that, modeling Councilperson Green. As far as water bills go, I will point out something that I learned from Ms. Pearl in the Bywater. People who hate people go on to people's property and they turn on the water and then they leave. And then you come home and you find half your yard's been flooded and you end up with a $300 water bill. So it's not all on sewage and water board. There are ways to get at people and some people are being gotten. In regards to page 5, number 5, I only want to briefly mention that I think the current system of providing affordable housing is broken. I think that it provides far too much money to affordable housing providers and far too little housing to people who need it. There's a development in the lower 9 where a nonprofit executive director is getting paid about $350,000 a year. Each house that he is providing is a duplex, but each house is costing the city approximately $600,000. And according to the things that I see on One Stop app, he is only spending about $300,000 on each building. So wanted to bring that up. Also wanted to bring up a crack house that's within 100 yards of my house, also owned by a nonprofit, although a different one. That situation, apparently the eligible basis is going to be only $450,000 for a renovation of an existing modular home.
What's your time, Mr. Burnside?
Sounds fair.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Vote your machines, please. 5 yeas, no nays.
Council members, we need to suspend the rule to go to ordinances on first read.
Councilmember Green.
Moved.
Been moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by Jeruso.
Things sure did go smoothly today.
They did. One more vote, Freddie.
Me,
Vote.
that's all.
Oh, you voted. Who am I missing? 5 yeas. Okay, 5 yeas, no nays. All right, Madam Clerk, first reads, please.
Ordinances on first
Good
reading.
job, Council Vice President.
Ordinance calendar number 34,481 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a lease agreement at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with Chain Saw Chuck LLC and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,478 by council members King and DeRusso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans African American Museum for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of beautification, human services, and education in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,479 by council members King and DeRusso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Preservation Hall Foundation Incorporated for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of recreation, beautification, human services, and or education in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto is Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,480 by Councilmember DeRusso. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 14, Table 14-1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance as amended by Ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to disallow the following residential uses currently allowed in the SLM Lake Area Marina District: dwelling, above the ground floor dwelling, townhouse dwelling, multifamily dwelling, small multifamily affordable, group home small, group home large, and permanent supportive housing and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 5623. Ordinance calendar number 34,482 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 3 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College, herein represented by Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center, New Orleans, relative to increasing the availability, acceptability, and use of COVID-19 public health information and services by racial and ethnic minorities and other vulnerable populations in the city of New Orleans. To modify the provisions thereof for an additional 1 year is more fully set forth in the amendment number 3 form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,483 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 2 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Community Support Foundation relative to increasing the availability, acceptability, and use of COVID-19 public health information and services by racial and ethnic minorities and other vulnerable populations in Orleans Parish. To modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 1 year as more fully set forth in the amendment number 2 form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,484 by council members DeRusso and Moreno by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 2-63 through 2-85 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to amend section 2-64 to impose budget submission and monitoring requirements on certain agencies that are involved in the criminal legal system and are funded in part or wholly by the city funds. Reserve the remaining sections of Article 3 of Chapter 2 of the City Code and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,485 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to ordain Division 3 revocation of tax exemptions in Chapter 150, Article 2, and ordain Division 6 Department of Code Enforcement in Chapter 2, Article 6 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide relative to the revocation and reinstatement of ad valorem tax exemptions for certain residential occupancy owned by nonprofit corporations or associations, to establish related reporting requirements for the Department of Code Enforcement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,486 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the Lions Recreation Center located at 624 Louisiana Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Wild Chapatoulas Indians Holiday Party for Austerlitz Street Baptist Church seniors on Sunday, December 17, 2023, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,487 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around A.L. Davis Playground located at 2600 LaSalle Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Love Covers a Multitude of Sins holiday giveaway on Saturday, December 23, 2023, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,488 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 12 of Chapter 146 of the Code of the City of New Orleans in its entirety to provide relative to street renaming and to replace the temporary honorary street dedication provisions of the code with a simplified procedure for the dedication of honorary intersections and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,489 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to ordain section 2-8.2 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to require provisions relative to the council in certain contracts for legal services and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,490 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 26-6, 26-76, 26-150, 26-151, 26-240, 26-243, 26-46, 26-416, 26-446, 26-652, 54, 151, 66-258, 66-416, 7415.126 through 7415.129, 71-415.266, and 82-320 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to reflect the establishment of the Department of the Code Enforcement and the Home Rule Charter and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,491 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans, the River District Neighborhood Investors LLC, the New Orleans Exhibition Hall Authority Economic Development District, and the RDNI Municipal Economic Development District, collectively referred to as parties, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of creating a large-scale, multifaceted, mixed-use economic development project comprised of mixed-income housing, retail, sports and entertainment venues, office space, hotels, public open spaces, and cultural facilities to encourage inclusive economic growth and economic mobility by creating new jobs, revitalizing neighborhoods, investing in people and in priority industries, and creating systems to thrive, and generally promoting the economic development of the City of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the CEA form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,492 by council members King, Moreno, Thomas, Morrell, and Green. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 110-212, 110-214, and 110-215 of the Code of the City of New Orleans regarding mobile foot, push cart, and animal drawn food vending to reduce the number of available permits, to require specific means of display of permits, to expand operation hours, to prohibit blocking of wheelchair access, to prohibit sales to customers and vehicles, to prohibit the use of open flames, to rescind the entitlement to some permits by certain vendors, to require a lottery for the issuance of new permits, to limit the number of new permits issued, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,493 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 2 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Family Justice Center relative to the Advocacy Initiated Response Program, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 5 years is more fully set forth in the amendment number 2 form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This concludes the ordinances on first reading.
All right, thank you. I've made a motion to adjourn. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember King. All in favor? Aye. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Have a good week. Same for you.
Thank you.
You too.
Gavel, gavel.